Good evening. We have quorum. It's 7 o'clock. It's actually after 7. I'm calling town meeting to order. We are starting tonight with Article 35, a home rule petition, senior tax exemption. Is there a motion?
Yes, she's approaching the podium.
Okay. Yep. Megan, when Mary Jo starts speaking, can you give her 8 minutes, please? Mary Jo, can you introduce yourself as you approach the mic, please?
Mary Jo Lafrenia, 18 Walcott Valley Drive, Hopkinton, Mass. And this is not a money article, yay. And it's an article because we have seniors in town who are really, really, really struggling. And we seem to have fewer during the year.
Yep. Mary Jo, we need to make the motion before we start talking. So Mike is going to make the motion, and we could reset.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Article 35, we move the motion as printed in the warrant articles and motions document.
Okay, in order to do this and give some seniors a break, we have to petition the legislature for okay, because it's going to be a home rule petition. So what I want to do, or what we want to do, is ask the legislature if we can exempt seniors of a certain means and income from the school construction portion of the tax bill. Now, it has nothing to do with the school portion of the tax bill. They're going to pay for the everyday running of the school. This is simply for construction because we want to keep seniors in their homes and help us out and help them out. And one of the reasons for that is the amount of seniors getting an exemption has gone down considerably. In fiscal 22, it was 19. 23, it was 10. And in 24, it was down to 9. Plus, we have a few others that are eligible that are getting the circuit breaker right now. The equivalent of the 41C income limit for single people is $28,760, which is very low. And that would be, right now, that's the same that we're working on. And for married people, it would be 43. The circuit breaker is a little more. It's 64 and 96. So we have a few more people. Right now, there are 90. Let's see, what did I say? There are 29 people who have applied for these other exemptions that are eligible or will be eligible for this one. Now, we've done an impact study, what we can do. It would cost about $34,046 if the numbers stay the same. The numbers will change a little bit each year, just like the senior exemption changes, and it will come before you because it's home rule and because the difference will go on everybody else's tax bill. So what we did in 2028, which is the peak year of school construction, we found that it would be $4 per everybody else's tax bill to help out these seniors and try to keep them in their homes. And I think it's a very valuable tool. And I think that we really need to pass this. Like I said, there's no money connected to this tonight. It's just permission to ask the legislature if we can do it as a home rule. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. First of all, I stand in support of this, and I stand in support of our town going forward and getting the state to work with us to make this happen. So I want that to be very clear. I will never benefit from it using the circuit breaker criteria or some of the others, but I support giving tax relief to our seniors who are feeling this burden. I did take a look at the criteria for the circuit breaker. It has gone up. It still won't be a major impact to the town in terms of lost tax revenue. However, in the spirit of the article, looking at the criteria, I have an amendment to add one more, and I will explain why I want it added.
Can you please propose your amendment?
Yes.
Can we put the
Josh
amendment up?
has it, and he's going to put
And
it
Mary,
up.
can, you're turning your head a few times so folks can't
Okay.
hear all your words?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So my amendment is that for any senior in qualifying real property submitting their application for the exemption, that in the spirit, it's to relieve some tax burden on seniors who don't get benefit from the schools anymore. So I'm just offering as an additional criteria that they have no school-age children living with them or shall be living with them in their home and who will be enrolled in the Hopkinton Public Schools. If they do have family member or even unrelated children who are going to be living with them and participating in our education system, then I think we may want to have this added so that doesn't happen.
Okay, so Mary, since
Now-
you've proposed the amendment, what we need to do is start talking about the.
Well, I'm not
hold on.
through
We need
with my
someone to
why I proposed it, though. I'm
we
sorry.
need someone to second your motion, and then we can talk about the amendment. Okay.
Okay.
So is there someone that will second this? Okay. If you want to
And
go
so just,
ahead.
since you've taken some of my time, I get 10 or 15 seconds back real quick. So we will have a few more seniors who qualify under the circuit breaker because the numbers have gone up. It's 103,000 if you're a married couple. It's 69,000 if you're single. So we'll have a few more, but I don't think it'll be a big tax input. I just want to make sure in the spirit of this, when it goes forward, that there won't be room for it to be misused. So I hope you will vote and support the additional criteria. Thank you.
On all the criteria for the senior exemptions, we've never had it misused
Hold
like
on,
that.
Mary Jo, hold on. Mary Jo, you need to speak through me.
Okay, who's the moderator?
Yeah. Did you want to say something? in
No, I
response?
just said I've been in the assessors and worked for them for many years, and I've been an assessor, and I've never had a senior tax exemption come forward because it's in the applications that this has happened, that they've had a lot of kids in a house that seniors own.
Okay.
It's never happened in my experience.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Right now, we're talking about this amendment, and this would be a criteria to be added when the Hopkinton goes to the legislature to ask if they can work on something like this. So do you have something to say about this amendment?
I do. Madam
Okay.
Moderator, Jerry Kazanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. I asked Ms. Arnott to stay up here because I would like to propose a friendly amendment.
A friendly
It's
amendment to this
her
amendment?
amendment.
Okay,
It's-
hold on. If you want to do an amendment, what we're doing, you need to go to the back and get it written down so we can have the words up. We can't be,
I will do that. As a parent of 2 children that go to Keefe Tech, I would just like to add that within the scope of the schools.
okay, if you can go back, and while you're getting that amendment to the amendment worked on, does anyone have anything to say about this amendment? Go ahead.
Hello. I was hoping that this was going to be a really
Can you introduce yourself and say your,
Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry. My name is Sue Curries. I live at 29 Forest Lane. I am the chair of the Hopkinton Senior and Disabled Tax Relief Committee. I am not going to speak, as I planned to, as chair of the committee. What I want to do instead is provide some of my personal observations and experience with this sort of thing. I am aware of friends and neighbors who have custody of young children who are in our school system. Just because you're 65 years old doesn't mean that you're not responsible for the education of a child. Secondly, this body of requests and criteria in no way impacts that family or that homeowner's requirements to continue to pay for the operating expenses of the school system. This only exempts them from the debt service on the vast investments that we are making. Again, it's only the debt service. It is not responsibility for paying for the education of that child. This particular article is to petition the legislature. We are not deciding this tonight. First, we have to see if this is even possible. And if the state says it is possible, this will come back before town meeting in 2025 when we can discuss it and keep going with this conversation. This is a very creative proposal,
Okay,
and I urge you, let's vote on this and vote quickly so that we can move this forward.
Thanks, we need you to stop. Are you here to talk about the amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Parker Hap, 3 Osceola. I don't think that we should add this, through the chair, I don't think we should add this amendment. What if a grandparent, God forbid, that their children, immediate children, are killed in a car accident, and then they have to take over the responsibility of the grandchildren? I feel like this is recursive and punishes them for taking an honorable act, and I don't think we should adopt this amendment. Now, the whole idea is great, but for this amendment, I don't think we should do this.
Thank you. So you have your amendment to the amendment?
Madam Moderator, Jerry Kasanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. I'm actually withdrawing that amendment to the amendment.
Okay,
So
so
it's gonna stay as
this
is.
is the same amendment that we have. Okay, so we're still talking about the initial amendment. Yes, did you have something?
Mary Jo Lundergan, 2 College Street. This is not a good amendment. I know of cases of grandparents who took care of their grandchildren because their child is deployed in the military or because their child has fallen seriously ill. This is not the right way to handle. These are probably very rare instances. It's not going to make much difference with the taxes. Please vote against this amendment.
Thank you, yes?
Madam Chair?
No,
Yeah.
no, sorry, Mary Jo, I didn't recognize you. Go ahead, sir.
Matthew Vronka, 6 Blackthorn Circle. Speaking on the amendment, I'm not in favor of it. Just it seems premature, as the chair of the senior, sorry, I forgot the exact word, mentioned. This article is to seek information from the legislature, the state legislature, and we should be asking as generally as possible, not adding prospective restrictions that we might add when it comes back to town meeting next year if we hear a positive statement from them. I just think this is premature for this
Okay,
amendment.
thank you, yes?
Darlene Hayes, 1/3 Road, speaking opposed to this amendment. As someone who grew up with a...
Can you put the mic down so
I'm
people
trying,
can hear
it keeps getting stuck. I grew up in a multi-generation home, mostly because my mother was extremely ill, and my grandmother raised me a lot, and she needed help. It wasn't that we lived high on when she was living with us, but she needed help, and this isn't taking away from supporting the school system, it's just the cost of construction, and I just feel like it hurts families that need multi-generation support.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this proposed amendment? Okay, is it simple majority? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call a voice vote. To have this pass, we need a simple majority. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Okay, that voice vote carries. This amendment will not be part of Article 35. We're going to open discussion for Article 35. Are there any comments or questions about Article 35? Yes, I'd like to recognize our legal counsel.
Just want to make one clarifying statement to the discussion. This is a proposed home rule petition by the town. It would be legislation proposed by the town submitted to the general court. Unless the general court does something to send it back to us, there is no guarantee it is coming back to the next town meeting. If the general court enacts it, it is law. So I just want to be clear that it does not automatically come back to town meeting. The select board will still be involved, but not necessarily town meeting.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis Road. I rise in support of this. So first, thank you for thinking about how to continue to have our seniors in their homes in this community. The multi-generational fabric of the town is quite frankly what makes it unique as we continue to grow and transform. Our history and our roots are important, and I think this is an excellent and common sense endeavor to support that effort. However, I do offer one note of caution. Today, it is something that feels righteous, meaningful, and makes a lot of sense. Tomorrow, are we going to build a new senior center? I don't have a senior in that center. Can I be exempt from the construction costs? Now, please, that's not how I really feel. This is a hypothetical, but I want to be mindful of the fact that we are setting the precedent of who pays for what services in town. This makes sense today, but let's be aware this is a potentially slippery slope. Again, I stand in support of this and thank those involved.
Thank you. Yes?
Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. I thank everyone who spoke and gave their opinions, and they were good ones. And
We're talking about this article now.
in this article, if it goes forward, as council has said, and it becomes law, does it become law with the criteria that has been listed in here? Is my question.
Remember, it comes through me, the question.
Yes, that's why I'm through you, Madam Moderator.
So we're submitting a proposed form of legislation. If it's enacted, what is written there becomes law. Oftentimes, the general court will want to make certain changes. If they're changes that don't affect the spirit of it, the select board can approve those. If they're more substantive changes, then we would likely have to resubmit it. It would come back to town meeting at that point. But assuming the general court doesn't tinker with it, then that would become law.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, 215 Pond Street, Peter Thomas. Madam Moderator, through you to the presenter. Ms. Lafreniere, how many seniors are we talking about that would qualify for this today? 29.
29 is what she
29
said.
seniors,
Yes.
okay? I think that this is an easy one. I think we can do the right thing for our seniors.
We're hoping to have more seniors.
I
as we
urge
go
my
along,
neighbors to support
but,
this.
Let's not, okay. So is there anyone else who's got a question or a comment that we haven't heard? Okay, so let's go to a vote. We need, yeah, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Sue Curries. I'll introduce myself this time. I live at 29 Forest Lane, and this time I'm speaking as the chair of the Senior and Disabled Tax Relief Committee. Our committee represents a voluntary fund through which taxpayers, residents of this town, can contribute to helping senior citizens with their tax bills. We provide a tax credit. The senior never receives actual dollars. The town's donations to this fund are meager, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to put another adjective in there. We have marathon runners from out of town who from New York and Connecticut raise 2 or 3 times as much money as our community does for these people. This legislation is just a little itty-bitty step in terms of making us hit both goals of improving our school systems, increasing capacity and quality of education, and making it a little more affordable to people who are having trouble staying in town and might get priced out.
So let's,
Please
can you
vote
stay?
for this.
Okay, thanks. Just a reminder, we need to stay on the article as we talk. All right, let's go to a vote. It's a simple majority required. We'll start with a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, the voice vote carries. We had more than a simple majority. Do we have someone voting at home?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
She said she's not joining us.
Okay. All right, we're on to Article 36, adopt the specialized energy code, and the motion will be made by the Sustainable Green Committee. Reminder that you have 8 minutes. Once your slides are up.
Thank you. Through the moderator. First, I'd like to confirm I'm the first one to make the motion tonight.
Yes.
Excellent. Don't want to repeat of last night. All right, we move the motion as written in the warrant article and motions document. All right, thank you, folks. I'm Jeff Rowland, Chair of the Sustainable Green Committee. With me is Committee Member Nicole Simpson. Thanks for your time tonight. We're talking about the Specialized Energy Code. Next slide, please. So the Specialized Code is one of the biggest steps we can do to limit carbon emissions here in Hopkinton. Its aim is to get new construction net zero ready. And when I say new construction, I mean brand new buildings. If you have an existing home or building and you want to do an addition or renovation to it, the Specialized Code will have no impact. They stay aligned with current code. Specialized Code is just a few-page amendment to our code, and while it encourages all-electric construction, it does not ban fossil fuel usage, but it does seek to offset the fossil fuel emissions. Specialized Code has had a lot of adoption in its first year and a half of availability. 27.5% of the state population has already adopted it, including Ashland last week, and just last night, Natick, Eastham, and Sharon all adopted it. This is also a key step for access to additional state grant money through their new Climate Leader program. Next slide, please. So we're doing this because of climate change. We're coming out of our warmest winter on record. Rain, wind, and flooding events keep getting more severe. The DPW showed some lovely flooding pictures yesterday. And this graph on the right shows the path if humanity does nothing. This data is specific to Hopkinton, and it is projected that by the end of this century, our descendants here are going to have 2 to 3 months of their year above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is a far different climate than we have right now, but we're already starting to feel this trend. So we need to think global about the climate crisis, but act local and control our own emissions. And so in order to achieve a net zero goal, we need to stop the bleeding and start by controlling our new construction emissions. Next slide, please. So what are the primary changes under the Specialized Code? The basics are quite simple. If a new building is going to be all electric, there's actually no changes. It just stays aligned with current code. However, if a new building is going to use fossil fuels, there are 2 key requirements. The first is pre-wiring for future electrification. Pre-wiring means that, for example, if you have a gas stove in a new home, you would also need to have a 240-volt outlet there to switch to an electric or an induction stove in the future. And then there also needs to be some level of solar, based on the size of the building, to help offset those fossil fuel emissions. And Nicole will dig into those details. Next slide, please.
Let's talk through a single-family home. If building all electric, there are no code changes. If building with fossil fuels, and that's gas, propane, or oil, builders must pre-wire for all future electric appliances. For solar, the path splits based on the size of the home. For under 4,000 square feet, a minimum of 4 kilowatts is needed. That amounts to about 230 square feet, so it's not a huge area. And there are exemptions for shaded sites. For larger than 4,000 square feet, the builder needs to install enough solar to offset all energy usage on an annual basis. Looking back at the last 15 years of data in Hopkinton, 91% of all new construction were single-family homes less than 4,000 square feet. So that gives you an idea of the impact of these paths. Next slide, please. Thank you. And now for the costs. Consider a new 3,000 square foot single-family home. Those typically go for at least $750,000 in Hopkinton. For all electric, there are rebates and incentives totaling over $20,000. Data shows building all electric in Massachusetts is comparable or less expensive than fossil fuel alternatives. For building with fossil fuels, there are some upfront costs. Pre-wiring would be a modest cost per circuit because it is done while the walls are open and electric work is done anyway. And it would be much less expensive than it would be for the owner years later. For solar, any cost model is an option. It could be as low as $0 down for a loan, lease, or power purchase agreement. To get maximum savings, purchasing would be about $10,000 after incentives for a 4 kilowatt system. And the average return on investment is less than 8 years. The owner would save on monthly bills and avoid costly future retrofits. Next slide, please. For commercial construction, all electric, again, has no code changes. 15 to 25% of the building cost can be financed with a PACE loan. The Elmwood School replacement is already designed to be all electric and in full compliance with the specialized code. If fossil fuels are used, pre-wiring is required, but not for industrial uses such as a manufacturing line or a commercial kitchen. Solar is measured differently, but it amounts to approximately 25% of the roof area of a 2-story building. It can be anywhere on site, though, on the roof, over a parking lot, or elsewhere on the property. The total cost can also be financed by a PACE loan. Next slide, please. There's a new Climate Leaders program in Massachusetts. Hopkinton has been a green community since adopting the stretch code in 2010. Through that, we've received over $1 million in grants that have been used for energy efficiency projects. By adopting the specialized code, we can become a climate leader and get access to even more grant funding. This could fund municipal projects such as solar or ground source heat pumps, like what is planned for the Hopkins School. This brings both energy efficiency and operational savings. Next slide, please. How will this impact you as a resident? Unless you're building new construction, this will have no personal impact. There will be no impact on renovations or additions, and there is no tax impact. Next slide, please. In summary, pre-wiring enables an easy switch to electric appliances when the fossil fuel appliances need replacement. This is a key action for reducing carbon emissions in new buildings. To be clear, Hopkinton cannot reach its net zero goals without addressing buildings. This code helps to make the best environmental choices right from the beginning. It provides both cost savings to the homeowner. It provides cost savings to the homeowner both short and long term. It provides increased opportunity for state grant money as a climate leader, and it allows market choice for developers and homebuyers to choose the path that is best for them. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Hi. Whoop.
Hello. Kamala Chus, 11 School Street.
So you'll ask the question through me, okay?
Okay. I'd like to make a statement on the article. I'd like you to think of this article as a financial investment in your future and the future of the younger generation. We're already seeing more extreme weather events, such as storms and heat waves from climate change, and the effects are costly to us as individuals and as taxpayers. We pay for the repairs to damaged buildings and infrastructure, high heating and air conditioning bills, and much more. Not to mention the hassle of dealing with property damage, missing work and school due to closures, and human safety. Because the main contributor to increasingly extreme weather is emissions from fossil fuels, the effects will continue to worsen until emissions shrink to zero. As a town, we should do all we can to reduce emissions, and this article will help. Yes, it will require some initial costs, as any good investment does. However, Hopkinton will receive grants to help offset the costs. In addition, savings from lower energy usage will have a good payback. Hopkinton getting on this board will help encourage even more towns to take action, and as a whole, we will move Massachusetts to a better future. Hopkinton has a large youth population. Many of you here today have kids and try to lessen the hardships they face. This article will not only help address the climate impacts on us, but also help our financial stability. Even after your kids have moved away from home, after you're no longer around to help them, the decisions you make tonight will keep benefiting the youth of today and their children and grandchildren. So please consider voting yes on this article for your own financial benefit and the well-being of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Manan, 274 Ash Street. First of all, I want to thank the Green Committee and the wonderful work they have done and coming back with more robust information and proposal this year. I definitely support this, and I urge everyone to support this article. This is continuation of our commitments to sustainability and preserving our climate. I'm a big believer of thinking global and acting local, and this is a great step forward towards it. This is economically beneficial, and during the childhood school proposal, we have seen detailed analysis that shows that the overall total cost of ownership is much lower with fossil fuel alternatives like this code is promoting. This applies only for new constructions, and when we build $1 million homes, this is a small additional cost that would add more value to the seller as well as to the buyer. This will make it easy for our town to get state and other environment-related grants, which can help with our various budget needs. On the practical front, even if it slows down the growth a little bit, that could be beneficial for our town at a time when we are feeling the pressure of growth on our school and infrastructure. So for these reasons, I support this article and request you to vote for this to move our town one step forward on environmental protection. This is not only for us as a town, but for giving our hand to solve a global problem. Now, I also would request our health department to provide their insights on the public health benefits as a result of this code adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
They're not 51 Teresa Road. Madam Moderator, through you, I have a question for the presenters. I thought I heard that it was said the solar panel option could be put on the roof or anywhere on the property. Is that what I heard? And I have a follow-up question depending on the answer.
Yes, that's accurate. It has to be on site. Typically, we'll probably see that.
Let's just have you answer yes, so we can keep moving quick. So,
Okay.
yes, did you have a follow-up question?
So, Madam Moderator, my follow-up question is, well, maybe it's more of a statement. I'm totally in favor of the proposal and of solar panels. My one concern, though, about just a general direction of this is that I see so many thousands of acres of trees being eliminated. And if on these new builds, the developer decides to go in and clear out all the trees and put in solar panels in all the backyards, that concerns me a little bit for a lot of reasons. Clearing out trees destroys things that are beneficial to us. For every 8 mature trees, they produce enough oxygen for one human being to breathe for an entire year. They also remove carbon monoxide out of the atmosphere, and they produce oxygen. And I could go on with shade and lots of other things. So I'm not against the proposal. I just am very concerned about how we generally just approve things and don't consider what's happening to our trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Very short.
Mary, thank you for your concerns.
No, you're going through me.
Through the moderator. The Sustainable Green Committee has done calculations, actually, on how much carbon is sequestered by trees in our area. And unfortunately, solar panels actually save more carbon than the trees that you remove for solar farms. It's unfortunate. I love trees too, but.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Muriel Kramer, 39 North Street. Briefly, first, speaking as the chair of the Select Board, it's not required, but I just wanted to say for the record that the Select Board unanimously voted to support this article. And then speaking as a private resident, I too thank the Sustainable Green Committee for their hard work and their innovation and their real efforts to move all of this whole question in a lot of ways forward. I stand in support of this article. And I personally see it as an investment, not just in my future, but in all futures. And I see that the return in terms of dollar cost and human cost. And I really appreciate you working in this hard to bring it forward again.
Thank you. Yes? Go ahead.
Charles Wade, 4 Tiffany Trail.
You might need to stand a little closer to the mic.
Charles Wade, 4 Tiffany Trail. I also support Article 36, which...
Can people hear? Okay.
I also support Article 36, which merely asks Hopkinton to adopt the common sense approach outlined in the Specialized Energy Code. Given that Hopkinton has already adopted the stretch energy code, these are modest increments that make good sense. New construction represents the low-hanging fruit in terms of reducing climate impact from greenhouse gases that originate from buildings, which is significant. However, retrofitting existing buildings is a much tougher mountain to climb. And for our town, for our Commonwealth, our nation, and the world.
Does the specialized code, would it retrofit buildings? No?
No, specialized code is only new construction.
So we're only going to talk about the specialized code?
Well,
Can you limit your comments to the specialized code that's being prepared, please?
I'm pointing out the specialized code is dealing with an issue that would otherwise become a headache for future people.
Okay.
So I am retrofitting my house for all electric. I am encountering all the various things the specialized code is meant to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
The extreme expense of tearing open walls, running electrical conduit, reassembling those walls, painting them again, plastering them again. These are all extraordinary expenses that anyone who wants to try and retrofit a house is going to incur. And this makes a simple recommendation that says, when we build new, avoid those problems. So that is the connection. I think it's extremely relevant. And I encourage passage of this measure, and I thank the committee for their work to get it to this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You want to tip that mic down so you can?
Dale Danahy, 25 East Main Street. Through you, Madam Moderator, I have some questions. I live on 6 acres of wooded lot and on the backside of a hill. So if I wanted to put a prefab house, which is new construction, in my front yard from one of my children to live there, the pre-wiring would not be available because the walls were already done in a prefab. Number one, how would you do that? And number two, I've been approached by companies for solar. I couldn't generate 2 kilowatts of power from the trees that I'd have to eliminate, that I don't want to eliminate. So where I live now, I could not generate power for solar for a new house. How do I get around that?
Through the moderator, I can speak to the solar part as long as it's smaller than 4,000 square feet. There are exemptions for shaded sites. So if the trees are shading the roof, there's all different criteria. And if you wouldn't be generating enough for it to make sense, then the solar requirement does not apply.
And can I have an answer to the question, Madam Moderator, to a prefab house that doesn't have the open walls to wire it for electricity? If you wanted to do, say, a gas dryer or something else?
So I'm not aware of any exemption for a prefab house for pre-wiring. So if that house is designed only to be able to have a gas hookup for a dryer or cooking, that wouldn't fit the requirements of the code.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Jerry Kazanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. Through you, Madam Moderator, I have a question for the committee. Am I recalling correctly that all electric new construction does not have a solar requirement? And may I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
Why?
Yes? Go ahead.
Through the moderator, I can't speak for why the state chose to do it that way, but I can guess that because the electric grid is going to green more and more over time. And if you have fossil fuels in a home, you have to remove them to take away the emissions. However, if you already are electric, the grid is slowly turning to renewables, and that's slowly going to decarbonize it. Now, you do have the option, of course, to add solar, but it's not a requirement under the specialized code.
Okay.
So I have a comment, I guess, in response. I believe that a all-electric home will present a larger strain on the electric grid than a home that uses fossil fuels, and therefore it would actually make sense, although I'm not advocating for it, that solar is required for all new construction. Again, not advocating for it. I know this also was presented as not a ban on fossil fuels, but it certainly is pushing the hand of the market in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Hi, I'm Carly Grant from 9 Greystone Lane. And I wanted to thank the presenters for making this so easy to understand and really helping to educate us on this article. I wanted to speak in full support of Article 36. It's mission critical now with climate change. It's here. We're seeing it in rising temps in the summer, flooding, extreme weather right here in Hopkinton. So we can no longer wait on taking action. To me, this is a total no-brainer. And it's just common sense measures to new construction. Not only will this help us to move toward keeping our world and our environment habitable for us and for the next generation, but it will likely also save us money over time. And so I fully support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, John Catino, 1 David Joseph Road. I'm a builder and an unrestricted construction supervisor. In the United States, we have a uniform building code. Each state may modify it to accommodate things like climate and availability of building materials. Massachusetts has some of the most stringent building codes of the country, and they were further rigidized a few years ago by the initial stretch code. Now, this new specialized stretch code adds 43 pages of red lines. These are the changes, this ain't simple, these are the changes that are over the present stretch code right now. We cannot expect our builders and more importantly our town inspectors to be able to deal with this level of disruption when all they want to do is ensure safe building. So unfortunately, good intentions are not immune from unintended consequences. I'm not even going to address the framing changes required to accommodate some of this insulation requirements. A major component of the code is to have every property wired for an EV charger and a dedicated 80 amp, 240 volt circuit requiring a 100 amp breaker, further necessitating 200 or 400 amp services to the property. And we all know the main culprit to the Main Street renovation being completed is the unavailability of high amperage devices. The same holds true for residential and commercial devices. Many dual amp service sockets and 400 amp service devices still have a 12 to 16 month lead time. There are better ways. One effective approach is to focus on incentivizing the retrofitting and remodeling of existing homes to bring them up to current energy standards. Many existing homes fall short in energy efficiency compared to newer constructions. So improving these properties can yield significant gains, leading to reduced energy consumption and lower utility bills. This approach focuses on market incentives rather than mandating unnecessary strict building codes, which could pose affordability challenges for some households.
Can you please wrap up? You have 10 seconds.
Yes, by incentivizing. The hallmark of good public policy is not policy that minimizes negative consequences, but rather provides multiple socioeconomic benefits.
Thank
the specialized stretch code does
You're
not
at
strike a
time.
proper balance. Please
Thank
vote. Please do not vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Yes, can you just quickly?
Through the moderator, quickly. What we have now is the stretch code, and what we are voting on tonight is the specialized code. While the stretch and specialized code, yes, are probably about 43 pages, the amendments which represent the specialized code are probably about 4 pages each in the residential and commercial side. It's a small change. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Nate Ekman, 44 Wood Street. I have a question and then a statement through you, Madam Moderator. My question is, did I understand correctly that Hopkinton, the town of Hopkinton, will lose access to grant funding if we vote no on this?
Sorry, can you say, I'm not sure I could hear that question. Can you?
Hi, Nate Ekman, 44 Wood Street. The question is, did I understand correctly that the town of Hopkinton will lose access to a grant funding source if we vote no on this?
Through the moderator.
That should be probably a yes or no question.
No, we wouldn't lose grant funding, but we would have access to an additional amount of funding that could be used for bigger capital projects for energy efficiency.
Thank you. Yes, did you have a statement?
Thank you. That's excellent. So my statement is I stand fully in support of this article. I think this is a very good way to incentivize people to make decisions moving towards electric. Once the electric grid, or as the electric grid continues to green, if we have more electric infrastructure in our buildings, it will help us reduce overall fossil fuel emissions, which is a really good thing. Additionally, I know that last time we talked about this, there were some concerns about heat pumps not working in cold New England climate. I can tell you our house was built in 1900. It has more holes than walls, I think, and the heat pumps that we put in, we've been running them for 2 years as our sole source of heat. They work great. It's excellent. Also, there was a concern about more clearing of woods for solar installations. I think this actually would help to work against that, because the more rooftop solar that we have on our homes, the less we have to clear additional woods to make big solar farms. So I stand fully in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Dina Baker-Nell, 2 Connolly Hill Road. Madam Moderator, I am a member of the Sustainable Green Committee, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. I ask everyone to support this article. I had a number of reasons, but I think luckily a lot of other people have come to share the same. I'll focus on one area, and it is around cost and confusion. The less we know about something, the more we fear it, so I wanted to share my direct experience. My family's in the process of a new construction, and we have elected to go fully electric, use a cold climate heat pump, and install solar panels. When you partner with a competent builder who is knowledgeable and equally passionate about green construction, you will be guided to stay in your budget, enjoy rebates, incentives, and lower utility bills while saving the planet for a future generation and building your dream home. That's what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Irfan Nasrullah, 211 Winter Street. I just want to speak to the cutting of the trees issue. I have solar panels, and I just checked my Enphase account, and last month, the solar equivalent, the solar generated, the energy generated was the equivalent of planting 5 trees.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Rob Benson, 178 Spring Street. I'm also vice chair of the planning board, and our chair, Gary Trendle's not here. She's traveling for work, so I'm speaking on behalf of the planning board. The Sustainable Green Committee came to us, presented this presentation, asked us to vote on a recommendation, and we supported it 6-0 in support in favor of this stretch energy code. So now, speaking as a private citizen, I've lived in my current house on Spring Street since 2005. I've ran around Lake Whitehall about, I don't know, 10,000 times, and I'm not kidding. And it used to freeze. It doesn't freeze anymore. You don't have to like be that unaware. It's all around. I'm an avid skier too. The climate's changing. We need to do something. We can't wait forever. So I'm fully in support as a citizen, and the planning board is in support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Paul Gallagher, 38 Glen Road, member of the Sustainable Green Committee, speaking as a private citizen. I'm strongly in support of this. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points that were mentioned earlier. And the underlying theme is that this new code mandates home energy efficiency that's 58% better than a typical house built as recently as 2006. That's important to understand for 3 reasons. First of all, it's not a lower requirement than the current stretch code. So the current stretch code is at that level already. That's a difficult thing to do. And I think that was something that Mr. Coutinho expressed. But having won those hard yards, we now get some big benefits. With respect to the question about the demand on the electrical grid on a cold morning, because these houses are so energy efficient, that peak is going to be much lower. And calculations are that if every home was one of these homes, the peak energy demand on a cold winter morning would be about 5% higher than it is today. So I think that concern, it's just such a significant thing that these new homes will be built to such a high energy efficiency standard. It makes these emissions reducing code rules very implementable, and I hope that we'll support adopting this code. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, I'd like to let people who haven't had the chance to speak on this article speak first. So I'll have you speak and the person behind you, Mary. Yes. Please tip it down so you can. There you go.
Sarah Slachy, 2 Greystone Lane. I have a few specific questions about the added code. If a house is fully electric with their appliances, or I should say with their equipment, heating and cooling, but the homeowner decides that they want a, say, gas fireplace or a gas stove, does that trigger the need for solar panels? And then, I'm sorry, to the moderator. And then my second question would be, does adding this code to our already stringent code require all new builds to have at least 1 EV charger per home?
Go ahead.
Through the moderator. So if the homeowners were going to choose to have a gas fireplace in a brand new construction, then yes, that would trigger the pre-wiring and solar requirements. However, once the building is built, actually, it just has to apply to the stretch code. So technically you could add gas later. I don't know why somebody would, but you could. The specialized code does have an exemption for backup generators, however. That's the only fossil fuel exemption.
Okay.
Could you remind me of the second question,
So
please?
if heating and cooling is fully electric and it is just a gas stove, that does trigger the solar panels?
Yes, it would.
And then the second question, does this trigger every new construction home residents to have at least 1 EV charger?
So that is already under our current code, which was updated last year.
Okay.
And I think our EV bylaw that we passed last year also supports that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One clarification, it's wired for it. It doesn't have to have the charger.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Moderator, Peter Thomas, 215 Pond Street. I have several questions for the chair. Great presentation, by the way. I'm a big fan in collaborating with experts from the private sector as well on things like this, because it's very complicated and there's a lot to factor. Can you, and I think of people like Chuck Joseph and Craig Nation and Kevin Lobiser and guys like that who build a lot of houses in Hopkinton. Did you have a chance to collaborate with any of them when you thought about the pre-wiring and just like the extent of what that would mean and have a discussion with them?
It's a yes or no, please.
Through the moderator, yeah.
Yes, I had a one-on-one meeting with Chuck Joseph.
Thank you.
Is the code for what, through the moderator, is the code for what pre-wired means actually written at this point, and who enforces that?
Yes, the code specifies what pre-wiring is, and the building inspection department would enforce that.
And my last question is about cost, because I just assume that if we're doing pre-wiring through the moderator, we're doing pre-wiring, it adds a lot of costs to, or it has some cost rather. And I know that one of the things that we talk about in this town is that it's already really expensive to live here. And so do you anticipate that this adds extra costs to new construction homes?
For pre-wiring specifically, no. So we're looking at, I'm sorry, through the moderator. Most homes would actually already have an electric dryer. Most people don't choose for a gas one. So you're talking about a couple circuits, really. Potentially a gas stove and a furnace. So very modest upfront cost, and you're doing it when the home is brand new, so all the walls are open rather than retrofitting later.
And so through the moderator, it sounds like pre-wiring is not every single room in the house, but just a couple of components. Is that correct?
Some very specific circuits.
Great. Yeah. Final question through the moderator. Thank you for your time. How many green grants have we received in the last 5 years, roughly? Thank you.
Can we pull up slide 22, please? So since adopting the stretch code in 2010, we have received over $1 million in grant funding, and this is a listing of all of the different grants that we've received in this town, leading to both energy efficiency and cost savings on operations.
Thank you. Yes?
Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. Through you, Madam Moderator, I just wanted to address the points made about how the solar panels are more energy producing than trees. That's true. Solar panels, to my knowledge, don't produce oxygen for us to breathe, but that's another aspect. And the other thing is that it's not that I'm opposed to articles like this coming forward. I applaud them. I do have a longer range concern that you're encouraging solar panels, and I'm not aware of any way to dispose of solar panels that outlive their usefulness, and they are made with a lot of toxic chemicals. So my question is to our presenters through you, Madam Moderator, is that when all this new construction and these solar panels go in the yards or on the roofs and they become useless, where do they go? Thank you.
Do you have a very, very quick answer to that? Very quick?
So a lot of this technology is still developing. These solar panels typically last 25 to 40 years, and I expect whatever recycling is in place now, there will be even more in the future. And addressing climate change is all about trade-offs, and it's hard to find that perfect solution, but we know the energy generated from solar panels offsets the energy that would otherwise be generated by fossil fuels, which has very destructive and harmful impacts for both climate and health.
Thanks. Yes.
Mike Shepard, 11 Hill Street. I'll try to make this quick. I'm going to
Can
vote
people
against.
hear? Okay.
Mike Shepard, 11 Hill Street. I'm going to vote against this article. I spoke at the special town meeting, and essentially it's the same thing. As you may or may not recall, in 2009, we adopted the stretch code. And last year, a year and a half ago, they changed the rules in the stretch codes. That's the 42 pages that John was talking about, which as a building inspector was really confusing. So I have a basic distrust with anything the state does, and that's just a personal thing. You guys all love the state, that's great. But what they did with the stretch code was make changes and made it more difficult as it went on. So that, the stretch code, which we have, affects you and your additions and all that stuff. This is different. This is a specialized code. And my biggest fear is the damn state will do the same thing again. And 5 years from now, they'll say you can't buy a gas range or you can't buy this. And it's just unfortunate. And I think what the guys are doing is great. I was the primary advocate for the schools to go that net zero, and I'm all for that because it belongs to all of us and it's going to last 50 years. This is a little bit different. This is the state, some guy up in his office saying, hey, we're going to be net zero by 2035, and this is how we're going to do it. It took us 250 years to screw this up, and we're going to fix it in 5. Thank you.
Yes.
Amy Groves, 2 College Street. To speak to a little bit of what Mr. Shepard just said, the state goal and the country's goal and pretty much the world's goal is not 2035, it's 2050, and Hopkinton's goal is 2045. If we can't make 2045 in Hopkinton, where we have all this green space, very little industry, a lot of new buildings which are more energy efficient than other towns, if we can't make 2045, there's no hope for anybody else to make it by 2050. So if you are a builder, or if you're a building inspector, or perhaps a retired building inspector, you should know that there's free training available by the state, and that they even roll in the specialized code training with the update to the stretch code training. So it's all available. It doesn't cost the town anything, and it enables us to get more money, or at least apply for more money. It's just a win-win.
Thank you. Yes.
Matthew Veronka, 6 Blackburn Circle. 2 questions that perhaps the Green Committee could talk to. One is, does the stretch goal that we're talking about now change in any way where people can put solar panels, or is it still still under the same restrictions where it go through site plan review and all the current zoning rules? And secondly, could you just speak to some of the changes that were mentioned about the current guidelines in terms of how they've changed by the state?
So regarding the solar permitting process, I believe that stays the same. The specialized code does specify the solar zone area that must be on the roof and requiring conduits to that on the houses. I hope that answers the question. And the second question?
If we can pull up slide 25, to what changed in the stretch code, that has some impacts on both new construction and renovations and additions. I don't want to get into the details too much because that's not really what we're talking about here. But the HERS rating is part of the major part that changed there. And you can see over time it has lowered. That makes homes more energy efficient, or other buildings as well. And that means for the homeowner, it feels less drafty, lower energy bills. But the specialized code, had we adopted it when it first came out, we would have pulled down the HERS rating a little bit sooner. But when we're adopting it, if we adopt it tonight, it would take effect in January 2025, and the HERS rating change through the stretch code takes place July 1st. So we will have that change whether we adopt this or not. So this is, again, specialized code is just about that pre-wiring and solar.
All right, we're going to try to keep things real tight and keep going. Go ahead. I think, it's your turn. Yep, go ahead.
Catherine Rubenstein, 49 Forest Lane. Madam Moderator, moving the question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, are you 49? 49 Forest Lane. Okay, so when we move the question, that means we're deciding not to talk about it anymore. Is that simple? Is there a second? So this is 2/3 majority. Let's try with a voice vote. All in favor of ending discussion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we're ending discussion. That leads us right to a vote. For Article 36, we need a simple majority. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna use the clickers, Nicole. Everybody, you should have your clickers. Hopefully you've had a chance to use electronic voting one of the other nights. Just as a reminder, the green button is yes, the red button is no. You'll have like about 30 seconds when we open the vote. Again, remember on this one, yes is to adopt the specialized energy code, and no will not adopt it. Do you know it's not open yet? Okay, please open it. Okay, did it work? Okay, yeah, we didn't do a test because we were trying to get going fast tonight. How many people are here tonight? Okay. All right, we're going to keep it open for about 5 more seconds. If you haven't voted yet, please go ahead and make your vote. Again, we needed a simple majority. And Nicole, can you close the voting, please? Okay, yes is 170, no is 94. This passes. As we move on to the next article, I do just want to make a mention to folks that it's wonderful that so many people are coming forward with ideas and input and sharing their thoughts. And we don't want to stymie discourse too much, but if we don't finish town meeting tonight, we will have to call town meeting next week because this room is spoken for the rest of the week. So let's try to wait to all work together, make sure we talk, let's get our points out quick so we can keep things moving and we don't have to call a special meeting sometime next week. So I don't mean to put that challenge on you, Ken. It's not about you. I'm just taking a moment to say that. So with that, I'll hand it over, Mr. Wisemantel. I think you have the next 2 articles.
Madam Moderator, Ken Weismantel, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and I reside at 145 Ash Street. I move the articles as written in the motion, or the warrant articles and motion document. This is an annual article to reserve revenues into the buckets that CPC can spend money on, which are recreation reserve, historic resources reserve, community housing reserve, and open space. We are required for 3 of those to put 10% in, and which would we do. And we also then add 10% into the recreation reserve. The budgeted reserve is the other 60% that can be spent on any of those 4 items. The revenues are from the 2% tax surcharge that's on your property tax bill, plus a state match. And I believe this year our match was about 24%. It's been high as the 40s in the past.
Can we get the inputs from the other boards at some point?
Go ahead.
Yeah, select board.
The select board recommends approval.
Appropriation
Committee recommends approval.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you couldn't hear, they recommend approval. Okay, sorry. Thank you. You can continue.
I'm ready for a vote.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, you're ready for a vote? Everyone else ready for a vote? Okay. Well, we're looking for a simple majority. I'll start with a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Excellent. Pass unanimously on a voice vote. All right, you want to move on to Article 38, the community preservation recommendations.
We move the motion number 1 as written in the warrant articles and motion documents. As CPC chair, I'd like to thank the hardworking members of our committee and all the people that submitted projects for us to approve and recommend to you at town meeting this year. I'd also like to thank the support of the town manager and our administrative assistant, Shannon Isaacs, for her support. We take grant requests every fall in October. We have hearings throughout the fall, and then we make recommendations to town meeting. We are always looking for willing sellers for property, for open space, and we encourage anyone with a project that hits into these 4 budgets to submit a project for next year. You don't have to be a town committee to do that, but it usually helps. We've got a bunch of great projects. Motion 1 is the non-land purchases, and so there are a bunch of small ones, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them on the ones that we're recommending.
Okay, so we're talking about motion 1 right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. Does the select board have a position?
The select board recommends approval.
Appropriations.
Appropriation Committee recommends approval.
CIC.
Recommends approval.
Well, I think it's working. Okay, and yes.
Mary Arnott, 51 Truth Road. I think I lost my place. Are we on Article 38?
We are on Article 38, Motion 1, which is the non-land purchase articles. Right, Ken?
Correct.
Yes.
It's on page 53 if you've got the large print version.
Okay, so I have a question on item E. When do I bring that up?
Right now.
Oh,
yep.
Thank you. Okay. This is in support of monies for the Historical Society building, right? Okay. I've spent many times over there and served them for many years. They do great work. And the building is in bad shape. I remember flooding in the basement and everything. However, my only question is, through you, Madam Moderator, is that historic preservation reserve funds would be used for toward the historical building. But I do not recall at any point in time the historical building actually being a historically registered building. So they call themselves the Historical Society in that building, but I do not think it's unless they have filed for it and I'm not aware of it.
Okay,
So
that's your
my
question?
question is, do historical preservation reserve community funds, are they allowed to be spent on something that's not part of a historical district or deemed by the state or the United States as a historical building?
I think,
I
go
can
ahead.
answer that.
I think it says it right in what I'm reading.
Basically, this building has been deemed as historically significant by the Historic Commission here locally. That is all that what CPC requires to be done. I'd like to also point out that this building at one point was one of our neighborhood schools, and it had 2 classrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
I'm aware of that. Just a follow-up quick question. I was just trying to find out if a building had to be in a historical district or actually have a state or national recognition as a historical building.
I think the
So
question
think
has
it was
been
answered.
Thank you. The answer that was provided. Thank you. You may sit down. Go ahead.
Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis, speaking very briefly as capital. I just want to clarify, you're going to see some big dollar values in this in the second part of the motion. Let's be clear, you're not giving any new money. This is money that already exists. It's money that we've already given. Ken and CPC are simply asking to allocate it for the specified purposes. So important to remember, we're not paying any extra money. We're letting them use it for what we've asked them to use it for.
Thank you.
Peter Thomas, 215 Pond Street. I rise in support of this article. There's some really good stuff in here. Going back to Ms. Arnott's comment about the Historical Society, I feel a little bit like I do about HCAM with this building. I mean, I love going there. There's so many things. If you haven't been to the Historical Society, you really need to check it out. They have some amazing stuff there, and the staff is so helpful, and everybody's just wonderful. So really get connected with your community there. This is a worthy investment. There's also an inclusive playground in subpart F, a storage shed at the Fruit Street Fields. If you've ever been to Fruit Street and you see the way that they're storing files right now, they really need a shed. Just take it from me. There's a lot of stuff everywhere. This is needed stuff. And as Mr. Kisner said, we're not paying any more for it. It's already coming out of the taxes, so this is an easy one. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy Spies, 16 Alexander Road. I'm a professional historic preservation consultant. I'm also on the Historical Commission, and I'm chair of the Historic District Commission. And I can safely say that, no, it doesn't need to be, with regard to the Historical Society, CPC funds don't require anything to be listed. And actually, this is a really timely funding through the CPC, because if you want to preserve all these documents, you can spend all the money you want on archival boxes and acid-free paper, but if they're going to float away in a flood, it really doesn't much matter. So I am fully in support of this, and I also want to do another plug that the accessible playground is an excellent idea.
Thank you. So we'll go to we're going to go on a vote. We need a simple majority for motion 1. We'll do a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion 1 passes on a voice vote.
Madam Moderator, I'm on page 58 of the large print version. I move the motion 2 as written in the warrant articles and motion documents. We're very fortunate that we have 2 willing sellers of parcels for open space. Basically, we're recommending that the town purchase these 2 pieces to add to our open space.
Okay, Select Board.
Select Board recommends approval.
Appropriation Committee recommends approval.
Capital recommends approval.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Moderator, Ed Harrow, 8 Spring Lane, Chair of Open Space, and Open Space voted unanimously to support these 2. I also have 2 pictures to go with the Colella parcel that I would like to have shown, if that's possible.
Let's see if there's questions that would demand it, okay? I think that we can go ahead and move to a vote then. Because this is 2/3 majority, which happens with spending bills, we will be doing a clicker vote. So please have your clickers ready. Hopefully they all worked.
Point of order.
Yes.
Ms. Do I not get to show the 2 slides?
Well, they weren't submitted to me in advance, which is a requirement, and if someone had asked, I would have said that they could go, but they did not come to me in advance.
They were submitted in time.
In time, and they, I don't know, they
Okay.
didn't come to me.
It's fine. Can I
Sure.
just speak to them then? They don't have to show. The Colella property features a historic
So
cow run.
you're not speaking into the mic.
Yes,
You can
ma'am.
use, go ahead, you can use the rest of your time, go ahead.
The Colella property features a historic cow run, which is 2 stone walls about 8 feet apart, excavated 2 to 3 feet below grade, and it's pretty cool. And I suggest if you can go out and find it through all the other plants that are in the way, that you might like to have a look. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. I have, courtesy of Clear Channel for the Historic Society, I have the Clear Channel sign from one of the billboards, if you would like it.
Okay, well, if it comes up again. Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna do our vote now. 2/3 majority, again, a yes vote means that we're authorizing the purchase of these 2 parcels, but it's already money set aside. 2/3 majority needed. Please open the vote and go ahead and make your choice. All right. Well, it looks like the voting has slowed down, and we're about at 30 seconds. If you haven't cast your vote, please do so quickly. And Nicole, you could go ahead and close the voting. All right. 226 to 7. This passes. So we're now moving on to Article 39, the MBTA Communities Zoning Bylaw. People may have heard my announcement at the Select Board meeting a couple weeks ago. Because I live in a neighborhood that is in the proposed redistrict, I am not going to moderate for this part of the meeting, and Connor will be moderating.
Okay, folks, we are on to Article 39, MBTA Community Zoning Bylaw. Do we have a motion to start us out?
Yes, we do. My name is Rob Benson. I'm the vice chair of the planning board. Our chair is traveling for work, so I'm going to be representing the planning board tonight. I'd like to make a motion to move the article for MBTA Community Zoning Bylaws as written in the warrants, articles, and motions document. Thank you.
Thank you. And then does the planning board recommend approval, you said?
Planning board recommends approval.
Excellent. And then do we have a presentation?
Yeah, let me introduce John Gelsich, our principal planner, is going to make the presentation. Thank you.
John, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you all hear me? No? Can you hear me now? All right, great. John Gelsich, principal planner, and I'm going to explain the MBTA Communities Bylaw. Next slide, please. So a little background on the MBTA Communities Initiative. It was started in 2021 through Charlie Baker. He signed the Economic Development Bond Bill, which put the Housing Choice Initiative into place and set up Section 3A, which is the MBTA Communities law at the state level. So what this law does is it requires all 175 MBTA designated towns and cities to adopt zoning in conformance with the MBTA Communities law, which is Section 3A. It allows towns and cities to adopt local zoning rather than a state-level zoning bylaw. So there's a little bit more nimbleness to it depending on the town. Next slide. Just for some reference, these are all the MBTA communities. Hopkinton is an adjacent community. Next slide. So what does this mean? MBTA communities focuses solely on zoning. The units do not have to be developed in order for towns to comply with the law. The MBTA law at the state level does not require affordable housing components in it. However, they do allow for a provision, and Hopkinton has elected to use that provision, which is consistent with the affordable housing requirements across town and the rest of our zoning bylaw. And the penalties for not complying are ineligibility for certain grants, MassWorks being one of them, and then the potential for being sued by the state for fair housing laws, which is what we're seeing happening in Milton right now. Next slide. So the three requirements for MBTA compliance, there's a lot more technical details, but the three main requirements are establishing a district of reasonable size, which the state has set a minimum of 50 acres. The minimum gross density across the district has to be 15 units per acre. So that could be different in sub-districts, which is what we have right now being proposed. But across the whole district, the average has to be 15 units per acre. And those units have to be done as of right. They don't need to have a special permit to go through. We are allowed to do site plan review. And all other non-zoning permits are also still applicable, wetlands, historic, all that kind of stuff. But they do not need a subjective permit like a special permit. And the third criteria is that we have to allow for at least 750 units as our minimum capacity. These units do not have to be developed. They never have to be constructed in order for us to comply, but the way that our zoning has to be set up, it has to allow for at least 750 total units. And then there are no age or bedroom restrictions allowed. Next slide. A little background on what we've done in Hopkinton so far. Zoning Advisory Committee drafted the bylaw, and they had a series of 9 meetings open to the public to discuss the map, the bylaw, the provisions, all of those details. They then passed it along to the Planning Board in January, and Planning Board held a series of 7 meetings, taking public input, no changes to the bylaw or no changes to the map, but taking public input and discussing their recommendation. Next slide. So this is the current proposal. There are 2 sub-districts. And we can go to the next slide. So that's just the overall view. This is the more zoomed in view, sorry. So you have the Upper Cedar Street District, which is near the Southborough border. And then you have the Downtown District. Next slide. This just gives us a little summary of how Hopkinton's bylaw will comply with the 3 major compliance requirements. 50 acres is required. We have 58.4. We tried to keep it as close to the 50 as possible, with a little bit of buffer area. The minimum density of 15 units, we have 16.7, and minimum unit capacity of 750 units, we have 814. Next slide. And this is the more detailed table. This is taken directly from the state prepared model, which we use to plug in all the dimensional requirements and all the other requirements for each zoning district, and that spits out our compliance numbers. And so the totals on the right are showing what the actual total district is. The 2 sub-districts obviously are on the left. And meeting the requirements for the totals is what we're looking for. So this just shows that we have the 814 units, 16.7 units per acre, and the 58.4 acres. I believe that's the last slide. I'm going to leave it up to Ted Barker-Hook, the chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee, and Rob Benson, Vice Chair for the Planning Board, with any questions.
Ted, did you have anything you need to say to this, or are we ready to? Rob, we're ready for questions? We're ready. Fantastic. On my left.
Hi, Mike Arakalian, 228 Hayden Row Street, and I'm speaking as a private citizen, vice the Appropriation Committee. I have a few questions through the moderator. First slide showed we're adjacent to the MBTA, for one. Second, one of the slides indicated that we don't have to build 750 units. If you read through the articles, if we had to build 750 units, that would increase possibly school populations for money that we already established for extend the Hopkinton School, and then water usage, we're strained as it is for water, and then it says parking. We turned down the vote for parking for in the center of town. So my question is, if we're adjacent and we don't have to build the houses, why is this motion even being presented to the for a vote? Thank you.
So, Mike, I believe that this is really because the state is requiring this through the MBTA Communities Act, that we have to zone an overlay district. We are given the requirements, and then we simply need to ensure that the areas we have meet the acreage requirements and location requirements. Am I correct on that? Okay, thank you. On my right, please.
Hello, Kathy Halmonker, 42 Walcott Valley. I'm here representing someone who's unable to attend, and I offer this statement on his behalf. I'm Eric Wieland, a trustee of the Preserve Condos. We are located directly across from Hopkinton State Park. We have 40 privately owned condominiums. We have private trash, snow removal, water, and septic. Our community is a diverse population with both young families as well as older residents. I'm speaking for the vast majority of owners tonight. We are strongly opposed to having our property rezoned. We are here to ask that this article and the proposed changes made by our town officials be voted down with a no vote tonight. The current article has modifications made by our town officials to include high-density housing, be walking distance to the train station in Southborough. This is not what the law states, as its intent is not a requirement for adjacent communities such as Hopkinton. We have asked the planning board to be removed and have been ignored. We were never approached for an opinion on this rezoning and only found out with a letter over the Christmas holidays telling us that is what the planning board has decided. This is a scary time for us, and we are here to protect our rights as taxpayers and citizens of this town. We have been assured by the planning board that nothing would happen to the preserve unless the preserve residents decide to sell. There are many other reasons building 750 high-density housing apartments next to the state park is a very bad idea, including added fiscal pressures on schools and the impact to the environment. If you recall from Monday's night meeting on when the superintendent confirmed that the student growth numbers did not, and I repeat, did not include this high-density housing. Please vote no on Article 39. Thank you.
So, folks, hold on. The reason we do not clap is because as much as the people who are not clapping when you speak in opposition to this, we are showing respect to the people who are for an article and the people who are against it. It is disrespectful to clap at someone who is in favor of an article or against it because you're offending potentially those who have the opposite opinion. Thank you very much for maintaining your composure going forward. On that, before we continue, I just want to address some of the questions and statements made there. Rob, as representing the planning board, can you just let us know, did the planning board reach out to folks in these districts?
It's my understanding we reached out, so when the zoning advisory committee came up with the proposed map, it came to the planning board, and came to the planning board in January. So at that time, right at Christmas time, as she mentioned in that statement, we reached out to those areas of town where they would be impacted, and that's when they were notified. So right around Christmas time, right before it went to the planning board in January.
And then would either of you be able to state there was a statement regarding whether or not the law actually requires us to do this. Do we have any clarification on that?
The law for Massachusetts does not require, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the law does not require any of the units to be within a certain distance of the MBTA community, just within the town of Hopkinton.
Is that, John, I recognize you, is that accurate?
That's correct. Would it help through the moderator to explain the different
Yep, please, go ahead.
So there are several categories that the towns are categorized as. An adjacent community just means we don't have a station within our boundary, but we are within half a mile of a station. And so that carries different requirements than, say, a commuter rail town or a rapid transit town.
Thank you. On my left.
Good evening, Peter Thomas, 215 Pond Street. We are part of a commonwealth. That means we play a part in improving every community in the state, not just Hopkinton. 3 weeks ago, I had the privilege of interviewing the Secretary of Housing and Livable Communities, Ed Augustus. As a footnote, he is the very first person to occupy that office, which should tell you how seriously the governor takes the housing problem. The Secretary explained that Massachusetts has a housing crisis. The median price of a home in the greater Boston area is now $910,000, forcing many people, especially young professionals, to move out of state. I have 2 college students, and I often ask myself, how will they even afford to live here when they graduate? The answer is they won't. Likely they're going to move with their classmates. They're going to go to another state where it's less expensive to live. So basically, there's a brain drain. We spend 13 years investing in these kids, and then they move somewhere that they can actually afford to live. And that creates a less competitive environment for our state. It threatens our long-term viability. So, as a reminder, this article does not require the town to build multifamily housing. The areas selected by the planning board make sense. They are within the spirit of the law. 2 of the 3 are within a mile of the T. But from my perspective, they're very unlikely to ever see any multifamily housing built, and here's why. So downtown would require the destruction of commercial buildings. Not very likely. There is no water or sewer in Cedar Street, nor does the town have the requirement to add water and sewer on Cedar Street, making the Carbonis property pretty much infeasible for multifamily. And the preserve, well, that's going to take 75% of the owners to agree to convert it. I don't see that happening anyway. Here's the deal. We have, can I get 1 more minute? Sorry, we are required to submit a plan to the state by December 31st. We're required by December 31st. If we do not, the AG will sue us, as they did with Milton. She has been very...
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. On my right, please.
Hi, I'm Leslie Garber, 19
Nope,
Forest
we
Lane.
can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Leslie Garber, 19 Forest Lane. I live in the Preserve. I've looked at this thoroughly. Oh, you can't hear me?
Just
Sorry.
make sure you really hold it up to you on there.
Okay, sorry. So this is taking away from our rights to control.
You have to,
Sorry.
yeah, really have to hold it up there.
To control zoning of our town. I mean, once this gets passed, we can never rezone ourselves. And they can build 750 unit, well, it will be like 500 units at the reserve. The state has already changed this requirement a number of times. First, it was four funding sources that we were going to be taken away from. Now they've added 13 more. We don't know what changes more they will make if they don't get their way in this housing. So we can say that the preserve will not be built on, but maybe they'll force some other thing on us. It's not fair. We're a private community. We are a neighborhood. We deserve some respect. If you want to rezone Carbonis, that's fine, although it's still not a sensible place. The weekends are crazy in front of the park. We have to have police details to control traffic in the morning, and then again when it closes in the afternoon to control all the traffic. The park was closed almost half of the summer last year because of overuse with the algae and the bacteria. So why would you want to put high-density housing next to an ecological, area that we should be wanting to preserve? The downtown, if you ever go there, it's the crossroads over there. The traffic's bad there too. I mean, what? I think we have the choice of where we want to put it, and I think they chose what's the easiest.
Do we have time on that? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. So make sure you go through me with it, and let's keep it as short as we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ted Barker-Hook. I'm the chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee, and we were the first group to begin to tackle this issue. We wrote up the original bylaw, and we put together, after all the meetings John talked about, the overlay map. What I want to share with you are our prime goals and why we are proud of what we produced, because we feel like we achieved those goals. More than that, what I want to say is I went to a zoning conference, and a piece of the zoning conference was a discussion of the MBTA community bylaws. They didn't know I was in the room, but what we put together was held up as one of the 2 examples of exactly what a town should do. Our goals were, number one, follow the law. We do not want our town to be sued and incur the costs of a suit, and we do not want to lose the potential funding that comes with not following the law. Our second goal was to follow the spirit of the law. We believe it makes sense to encourage use of rapid transit, and the properties we put together, we think, fit that goal. If you don't know, the MWRTA is moving forward with extending bus service from downtown to the Southborough train station. So part of our thinking is, even though that seems a long way from the train station, it actually fits quite nicely with the goal to encourage rapid transit use. But our third goal, I think, is the one that scares the room the most. I live in this town, and I know all of what we've had with growth. I know the pressures of the school. Everybody on the zoning advisory committee knows the pressures on the school, the police, the fire, the utilities, all of it. Part of what we were praised for by the presenters at the conference is achieving goal number 1 and 2, and yet selecting properties that are entirely unlikely to be developed in the near future. We have already been pre-approved with the plan we have. The properties we chose, we expect, will not be developed in the near future at all. Thanks.
Thank you. On my left.
Ken Weissman, 145 Ash Street. I strongly oppose the adoption of this article. I understand the difficulty that you guys have. I've been the chair of the ZAC and I've been chair of the planning board. However, I don't agree with your premise that they aren't going to be built anytime soon. Right now, you have a DPW that's designing a water main to connect to Southborough for MWRA water that's going right down Cedar Street. And for a sewer, I can build the same package plant that they built off of Lumber Street at that apartment complex. It is very possible that if you take the Carboni property, you will see 300 plus more kids within 5 years. Now, we need to find a place where that isn't going to happen. And I would suggest the best place is the 50-acre parcel that the Hopkinton LNG facility occupies. First of all, about the time our bonds for the school will be paid for, which is about 2050-ish, we won't have the need for our natural gas because we're so green. So that is the perfect spot to put it. We have an adult, we're required by the state to have an adult district. We put it in a place where we don't want it to be built. And that's what we should do with this one. So I recommend that we say no tonight, figure out a new place to put it, meet this fall at a special town meeting, pass it so we're not getting sued by the state. But let's not put it where it's going to cost us another $100 million or so in schools.
Thank you, Mr. Weissmantle.
Thank you.
Folks, we talked about this. Come on. Okay, on my right, please.
Catherine Rubenstein, 49 Forest Lane. Through you, moderator, I want to make a statement. So today we address a critical issue with the proposed Article 39. So the agenda for this meeting is partially inaccurate, as this doesn't mention that the lands are occupied. Importantly, the town justification for selecting our land basis on proximity to the train station is misguided. The state law does not mandate a 0.5-mile radius, yet this has been incorrectly applied as a criterion. Our land over under the 1 mile, but not 0.5 mile, and should not be considered under these misstated premises. Our formal objections and legal advice have been ignored, demonstrating a disregard for the proper dialogue and due process. And given this, and without a backup plan, should this proposal fail, it is clear that a more thoughtful and open approach is needed. I I urge not to vote to Article 39, advocating for a process that upholds integrity, respect property rights, and genuinely consider community feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go over to you, Parker, just a quick question for council. What are the implications if this article were to fail?
So our compliance deadline is the end of the year. So there are no immediate implications. If we are not in compliance with the law by the end of the year, there's probably two major potential implications. The first is the loss of grant funding. There are certain grant programs that are specified by the statute. The state's executive branch has continued to add to that list using discretionary programs, where they can also specify this as a factor that they would consider. If you go online, you can find the listing of all of those potential grants. So that is money that the town could potentially lose. The second implication is that you could possibly be sued by the Attorney General. The likelihood of success on that, we don't know yet. As was already alluded to, the town of Milton, which is a different type of community whose compliance deadline has already passed, has been sued. That case is pending before the Supreme Judicial Court. The Attorney General is seeking some aggressive remedies. That includes penalties and includes holding, enjoining the town to essentially enact a bylaw within 3 months. And it is also seeking to have a special master rewrite the bylaw for them if they can't do that. Whether or to what extent those remedies are enforceable, we don't know yet. We'll have to find out when the Supreme Judicial Court rules. The case won't be heard until October, but at minimum, if you are sued, you will incur legal fees in defending that case.
Thank you, Brian. On my left, please.
Parker Happ, 3 Osceola. I'm speaking in the capacity as a private citizen, but I am on the planning board. This is like way too high. I was walking my neighborhood recently and talked to a resident on Hillcrest. I saw a grown man cry, and it moved me because I asked him, what is the biggest issue that you think is facing Hopkinton today? And he said, I don't really care about Hopkinton. I can't stay in my home, the home that I renovated and I live with take care of my mom at, because I'm getting taxed out of my home. And I had to take the vote to pass this 2 days later. I say that because we on the board were thinking about how to minimize the impact of this rule that the state is pushing down on us. And I'm acutely sensitive to the folks at the preserve. In fact, they invited me and we walked their streets and we talked to them and we saw their neighborhood. And so we have listened and we've really tried to stay compliant with the law and avoid the legal possibilities that could face this town. Folks, we stand to lose a lot more if we don't pass this today than if we kick the can down the road or think that we can skirt it. And the fact, and hearing what Ted said, that we're actually being heralded for this rule means we're far less likely to turn out to be Milton. Let's pass this, be done with this.
Thank you. On my right.
Andrea Furman, 12 Greenwood Road.
We can't hear you. Can you just...
Sorry. Andrea Furman, 12 Greenwood Road. I live next to the preserves, so I'm very acutely aware of the traffic that goes on 85 on the weekends during the summer. And to say that you don't think that there will be building along at Carbone's or someone will buy up the preserves or the people at the preserves will sell their land is something that you don't know. In actuality, that's something just like we don't know what the school's population is going to be in 5 years. You don't know what the real estate market's going to look like in 5 years. This could be a bubble, and we could all burst, and we could all be suffering. And then who's going to end up losing? All those people that live in that community, around that community. Our house prices are going to be affected by it. This is not really fair that there are people there living already and that you're putting them in a position where they have no control over what possibly could happen to them and their homes. The funny thing of it all is that you're being applauded by the MBTA. The MBTA hardly is a group in the government system that I think I would be looking to get accolades from. You know, honestly, the MBTA system in Southborough is horrible. Have you ever tried taking the train from there on a consistent basis for a commute into the city? I don't think being within a mile of the train station is a valid reason to put up an apartment complex near there.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize you just a sec, Ted, but I just wanted to say really quickly, it's important to note that this law, this bylaw, does not force development of this land. This does not do anything that any of the locations the property owners want to do with it. They have to sell it or develop it themselves. Ted, go ahead.
First, through the moderator, point of clarification, we were not applauded by the MBTA. We were applauded by experts who have studied the law and are working with communities to see the best way to implement the law. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Secondly, I want to point out again, nobody is losing any rights with this zoning. In fact, you gain rights to have more people to sell to. If you choose to not sell your property, it's yours. If you choose to sell it, it's yours, just like every zoning district in every part of our town. Nobody's rights are being taken away in any way of any kind. And while I'm here, nobody is talking about eminent domain and the state seizing property. That's not anywhere in the discussion in any community, anywhere in the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Elise, on my left.
Hi, Elise Mihailowski, 19 Walcott Street. I'm a member of the planning board, but speaking as a private citizen. I stand in favor of this because I believe that all the town boards that have been involved have done the very best that they could with a difficult task, and that they have chosen the best areas for the least amount of short-term impact. And it's very important that we stay in compliant with what the state wants from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene, on my right.
Darlene Hayes, 1/3 Road. I stand in support of this. We heard a lot last night of trying to throw extra money in water, research in PFAS. We're going to want a lot of grants, and we don't want to hinder getting that. And they're going to be a lot more. We're looking at huge grants we're going to need. The only question I had through the moderator, and I think it would probably go to Ted, but I'm not sure, is that we actually abut 3 train stations, Westboro, Ashland, and Hopkinton. Did they look in those areas of town too? That's it. Thanks.
John, Darlene, could you just repeat the question just one more time, just so
They refer to the Southborough train station a lot, but we actually abut 3 train stations. We have one in Westboro, and one in Ashland, and then the one in Southborough. My only question was that when they were looking, did they look in those pockets of town too?
John, could you speak to that, please?
So the only train stations that affect our eligibility are the ones that have a half-mile buffer within our boundaries. So Westboro is more than a half mile away, and Ashland is more than a half mile away. If you can go to the overall map, you'll see where the Ashland train station is, and Westboro is not even on the map, so it's pretty far away. So that circle, that blue circle that's completely outside of our boundaries is the Ashland train station.
Peter, before I go with you, do you mind if I just let the one person behind you go, just because
Yes, of course.
I want to get some new faces up first.
Hi,
On my
Tracy.
left.
Thank you. Tracy Martellata, 11 Bridle Path. I have 3 questions through you, moderator. First question is, can we put a number on the amount of grant funding that we would be removed from if this does not pass? Second question is related to, I keep hearing over and over again that we don't have to build this. These are unlikely locations. I have a bit of healthy skepticism on that and wondering, first, what if anything can the state do once we zone this, if we zone this? Can they force building in this area? And secondly, as a town, if this passes, are there any stopgaps we have to prevent building here? Or are we taking a gamble saying it's unlikely to be built? However, we still have on paper that we have nearly 800 units of high-density housing in places. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Rob, do you think you have an answer for those?
Yes. So grant funding, so I asked Maureen McKeon in our grants and procurement office, like prior grant funding over the last 20 years to see what we'd be at risk of losing. So the most recent significant one was MassWorks for the downtown corridor project. Other than that, it equates to about less than 0.1% of our town budget on a year-over-year basis. Part two. So once we zone for these parcels of land, the town has no control. We don't own this land. A developer could offer every resident in the preserve $750,000 for their home, buy it, but is that financially viable? So no, we are not in control. And the town's not up. It's not up to the town whether they're built or not. It's just like any other parcel of land, and once it's zoned for that, it could be built. It's all about market economics, and if it's profitable for a developer to buy the property, and if it's profitable to build that property and sell it at a profit. Question 3: are there any stopgaps? The current answer is no. All this land is privately owned. We basically could, as a community, put in some stopgaps by choosing parcels of land we do own as a town, but that's not on the current map.
Thank you, Rob. On my right.
Igor Rubisin, 49 Forest
Hold on
Lane.
one moment. John, do you have something you need to add? Thank you.
So we actually have town-owned parcels within the downtown district, Town Hall being one of them. Those are ineligible for the acreage count. So any publicly owned parcels would not count towards the 50-acre minimum.
Oh, thank you for the clarification, John. Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. Your clock's restarted, so go for it.
Thank you. Igor Rubisin, 49 Forest Lane. I had a few weeks ago discussion with one of the owners of the properties in question, and as per them, they were already reached by the developer should this article go forward and be approved. That tells me that the town's assumption that this is not likely to be developed is vastly misplaced. So my question through you, Mr. Moderator, what is the plan of the town if any development of, say, 300 or 400 or some kind of 50 unit does come forward? What do we have in place for that to accumulate all those extra people, extra load, extra infrastructure load, and so on and so forth?
Rob, do you have an answer? It looks like you're ready for it.
So the reality is, like I said before, it's like any property. There's land available for town that's zoned for residential homes that could be built. These parcels of land, once they're zoned for this type of housing density, if a developer buys them, they can build them. How is the town planned for that? Up till now, the town hasn't planned for that. It'd be my opinion.
Can you please go a bit more specifically about the schools? Because we're talking about potentially 750 new school kids, which, as we heard, is not kind of in the plan right now.
So I think you heard last night or the night before, the current school projections do not take into account MBTA communities, houses, and units being built.
Thank you very much. On my left, can we have the next person? I just want to, Peter, if you go to the back of that group right there, I'm going to get to you. We did that once. Sir, if you want to come on up.
Yes, thank you. Ali Zadeh from the Preserve, 35 Forest Lane. I appreciate all the hard work that the town people have done preparing the plan and presenting it and getting all the paperwork done and everything. And I understand that a lot of people have thought about this as their responsibility to get it done and finish this and put it behind their back and let's get it done, as someone said. We just don't want to get it done. We are against this. Just find a different spot for it. And just think about all those people going to the park. The state park is going to get destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can just go to the person right behind you on the right, just because she hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Come on forward. Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Barbara Burnham, 64 Hayden Row. I encourage everyone to vote no on this. I think we're going by scare tactics from the state, being possibly sued, possibly lose grants. There's way too many maybes in this. I think we should join the communities of Winthrop, Hanson, Rowley, Norwell, Milton, Marshfield, Wakefield, and Holden, to name a few, and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On my left.
Jerry Kazanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I have a few questions either for the Zone Advisory Committee or Town Council. I would be happy to take answers from either.
Let's hear them first, and we'll see who they go to.
The first is, my understanding is zoning is traditionally reserved to each individual municipality, which is why we are here tonight voting on that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Are there other instances in which the state has mandated communities enact certain types of zoning?
I'm going to recognize Town Council.
Thank you. I'm not aware of anything that's comparable to this. The state in the Zoning Act does quite often have exemptions for different types of zoning, or otherwise limits or expands the powers of municipalities, but this is something of a novel proposal. And I guess the last question, and this probably is for Town Council, and it might be unfair as putting him on a spot, regarding the communities that are fighting the state, I mean, do you think that they stand a chance, essentially? Like you said, with this being novel on behalf of the state and imposing its will upon the communities, I'm going to look to the select board. I want to caution town meeting that if you are sued, I'm defending it. And you may not want my, I would be your advocate at that point. I'm not sure I want to answer this on town meeting floor.
Keep in mind,
I'm not
he's
saying I have an
getting the bill
opinion
for
one
it.
way or another. I'm trying to be careful here. Understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On my right.
Matthew Varonka, 6 Blackthorn Circle, member of the planning board, but talking personally. We've heard throughout this town meeting that people should be more involved throughout the process, and I'd definitely like to thank everybody who has been since this opened up with the planning board in January. And I'd like to thank Ted and Zoning Advisory Committee for all the work they did before that to go through various different options in town, their pros and cons, and figure out what were the ones that were going to work best for the town. Nothing is perfect. And everybody that's talking here, I think, has been very involved throughout this whole process. We have been listening, as Parker said. So thank you very much. Thank you for being involved. It's a good example for everybody else who has strong opinions about things at town meeting. That said, as people have said, this isn't likely to happen right away. There's no guarantees. We can't promise about the future. If we pass this and make an overlay zoning, there's lots of overlay zones where different properties could be zoned one way or another. And this is just one other option. It would require the preserves to be sold if that's going to be removed, which means knocking down buildings. It's a large cost, and it really impacts the viability of any project there. And we've heard from developers in the audience today in past meetings how it's getting more expensive to develop here as it is, which also reduces the viability of these projects. As a town, if we don't pass this, it runs into legal costs, it runs into the lack of possible funding that we've had in the past. It means that we're going to have to go through this whole process again in a very quick process, a quick pattern, possibly not find something that works as well, that will take longer to work with the state to find and succeed. There's a lot of reasons why this makes sense tonight, and I do urge everybody to vote for the article. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. On my left.
Hello, Linda Chuss, 11 School Street. I have 2 quick questions. One of them is a follow-up sort of to what that gentleman just said. If this doesn't pass tonight, would we expect we might have a special town meeting to vote for this again or an alternative? And another question is, I keep hearing we followed the spirit of the law, but when I hear it's not ever likely to be developed, I don't understand how that follows the spirit of the law. Thank you.
So Linda, to answer your first question, yes, we would be required to go to a special town meeting to submit something else substantially that would fit within the law. To go with your second one, I'm going to turn over to Ted to give an idea on that with the spirit.
One of the things, through the moderator, one of the things we kept in mind and that we always keep in mind with zoning is that it always is a long-term view. We never believed, nor did we ever say, none of this will ever be developed. What we believe, and we believe strongly, is it's not in the immediate future. And when we say that, 5, 10, 15 years, if 75% of the residents at the preserve choose to sell their property, they can make a killing if they can find a buyer who is willing to put in the infrastructure, knock down the homes, and build it. When I say it's in the spirit, we are thinking long-term. If 15 years from now, 20 years from now, this area becomes developable and profitable to developers, it fits within the spirit of the law to encourage rapid transit housing. So that's what I mean by the spirit of the law. It's not that we don't think it's never developable. It's always a market decision. Owners need to decide whether they want to sell. Buyers need to decide whether it is profitable for them to pay the price the owners are demanding.
Thank you, Ted. On my right.
Wendy Zimmerman, 24 Cedar Street Extension. First point I'd like to make is that zoning is meant to be long-term. When you buy your property, you're buying into an area that has already been zoned, and that zoning tells you what's likely or even possible to happen in your neighborhood. And it is a neighborhood that we're talking about right now. When you rezone, you are removing property rights or altering them. In this case, if we rezone that, this high-density construction would be a use by right. That means there's nothing the town could do to stop it. This area currently has no water or sewer. It's agriculturally zoned. Minimum lot size, except for the preserve, is 1.5 acres to allow for the fact that we all have wells and private septic. If you put in high-density construction next to that, even if they have their own pocket treatment system, you're talking about 70% of the ground being covered by an impermeable surface, which blocks access from rainwater to the groundwater that we all need to drink. You're also, the chemicals from the cars and what have you are going to get directly into that groundwater. Without the new sewer, that area cannot possibly support this kind of development. Now, you seem to think that this isn't going to happen. That's
Thank
not
you,
been
Wendy.
my...
You're out of time.
1 second. That
You're
has
out,
not...
no, you're out of time.
That has
Please, on my left.
Caroline Clark, 1 Colella Farm Road. I just have a series of questions through you, moderator. I've heard that the total minimum number of units is 750 that could be built in this zone. What's the total number of units per the zoning proposed that could be built?
Rob, go ahead.
I believe it's 814.
How large is the Carbonis parcel? Or, you know, the corner?
It's roughly 12 acres.
12 acres. So, I mean,
Roughly 10
probably
acres.
more.
No, about 10 acres.
Okay.
But part of it is, so with any of these land areas, some of it has wetlands, so not all Like you saw in the presentation, there was 58 acres. Not all 58 acres is developable because there are some wetlands, and Carboni's is one of those properties where even though it's roughly 10 acres, you couldn't develop all 10 acres because
But
some
the
of
act does say that wetlands are excluded.
Let's not go
from the
back and
total.
forth. Let's continue.
Okay.
Wait till the question's answered and direct it back to me.
Not in the immediate future. Carboni's was on sale, for sale a couple of years ago. So the chances of Carboni's selling is actually likely, and I would imagine highly likely. So I think that that's important for people to keep in mind. I guess I have a couple questions as far as the bylaw is concerned. Is there any provision that could be added to the bylaw to limit the amount of development that happens during a certain number of years?
So I'll say really quickly that I know with the property itself, we come back to one of the things that was said earlier, just around there are issues with the infrastructure not being there. So that is one of the things that is faced, I know, with the Carboni's property.
But again, we understand that wastewater could be added on site, and
Yes, it could.
MWRA water is likely to pass by the site.
And then the next part of your question, Brian, I'm going to turn to you on this with changes to the bylaw or anything like that.
I think, as I understood the question, you're suggesting a change that would restrict development, like a moratorium or something for a certain number of years. EOHLC would not find that to be in compliance, in my opinion, with Section 3A.
Would they allow the affordable housing to be built first?
In my opinion, they wouldn't allow any sort of staging or anything like that. They are requiring by the compliance deadline that there is zoning that supports a certain amount of housing density within the district.
Thank you. On my right.
Doris Schmidt, 49 Franklin Road. I feel as though this warrants a special town meeting. I think there's enough that we don't know. I feel as though we need to have another option of maybe another area or just a different parcel that may be considered. I don't feel like we have enough information, and I think you guys did a great job and you complied with what they wanted, but we need better options. How do we, and we're not, I don't think we have enough information to even vote on this because there's so many unknowns. The state could change their mind of what they want. They could force us to do that. We don't know that, and I don't think we're ready.
Thank you very much. Peter, you've been very patient with me, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll give you two.
People who haven't spoken yet be able to speak before he speaks again? I mean, it's like
He's been recognized. He's been waiting for a while, for longer than a few of the other people. Peter, if you can make it brief, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To reiterate what Attorney Bertram said, we're acting like there's a choice here. There is no choice here. The Commonwealth has told us we have to do this. This is not an option. We either comply or we're sued. That's just really simple. And Attorney Campbell has shown that she'll do that. She was in Supreme Judicial Court within 4 days of Milton defying her. So you want to see what happens? Defy her. She'll show you. You may be surprised to know that our current zoning density for downtown actually allows for more multifamily units than this. That is true. Correct what I'm saying. Yeah, that's right. So downtown, we actually, as town meeting, approved denser housing than this law provides for. So, there's sort of a precedent within Hopkinton on that. And then I guess finally I would say the planning board and the principal planner have worked for this for years. I've been talking to you guys about this for 2 years. They've looked at almost every single parcel in town, evaluated every single parcel in town. We really have to approve this to avoid litigating the issue. We do not have the money to litigate this issue, nor should we need the brain damage to litigate the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. On my right.
Dorothy Maruska, 8 Alprilla Farm Road. As someone who lived through we could pay $25 million for Western Nursery, and everybody said nobody wants to spend that much. And we spent $48 million the other day for the Hopkins addition. Is there any way, because I believe it's the planning board or the ZBA, is there any way that they're within this new district that is being designed, I guess is the correct word, that there can be a overall fee that a developer must pay in order to develop on that land, not other land, but on that particular land, that there's literally a, $75 million add-on in order to build on that land, because it's a new district.
Rob, do you have an answer for that?
That's not allowed by the bylaw from the Massachusetts state.
So it would have to be something that the planning board would have to institute, because I know when Legacy Farms came in.
We wouldn't be in compliance if that happened. We couldn't add that to this parcel of land as the planning board.
But when a developer came to town, like Legacy, like what happened with, we asked them to do specific things. And they agreed to
So I'm going to recognize John in just a second, but just to be clear, when Legacy was there, that was regarding a host community agreement. This isn't, we're not trying to invite anyone in with this. This is merely allowing for the use if the property owners choose to do it with the land. John, go ahead if you want to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So yeah, basically what I was going to say. But also, Legacy Farms was done under master plan special permit under the Ozma district, which allows for a much more discretionary process on the town side. The state has exclusively said you can't do that. It's got to be by right, cannot be discretionary. We can have site plan to a certain extent, but they can't require a special permit, which is effectively what Legacy Farms was built under, which is why the town could require payments and other concessions from the developer, which is wholly different than what the state is allowing towns to do under the MBTA law.
Mr. Moderator, can I make one follow-on question, please?
If it's brief and I can answer it, then yes.
Since it seems clear that Carbones is going to sell, since they already said they wanted to sell, it's truly going to impact our town. Is there anything we can do at this time to try and meet with all the other groups to make sure we're addressing this right? Because it's going to happen, and it will be in less than 10 years.
So that seemed like far more of a statement than a question. I'm going to go ahead on my left.
Mike O'Reilly, 201 West Main Street. As much as I'd hate to stop beating a dead horse, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we have a motion to end debate and a second. Yep, we have a second. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have a 2/3 vote. Can we try to do it by a voice vote first? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, we're going to go to clicker vote. Okay, so just while it's getting ready, just to clarify, this is to end debate and go to vote on the actual motion. So if we vote no on this, that means we are going to continue debate. If we vote yes, we will go straight into a vote. Nicole, if you could please open the vote, and you may start. Okay, we are getting ready, and get your votes in. Nicole, could you please close the poll? Okay, so that passes. We've ended debate. The vote is 199 to 43, 2/3. And with that, we are going to go to a vote on the main motion. This is a simple majority because of the way that the state has written the law. However, I think we're going to just do clickers right now just because it has been a bit contentious. I'd like everyone to get a chance to have their vote their conscience the way they really want to. So if we can go ahead and open the vote. This is to vote in favor or against the MBTA community zoning bylaw as presented in the warrant articles and motions document. Okay, folks, we're pretty much right about to the spot where we were for the last vote. So, Nicole, if you could please close the poll. Okay. And the motion fails by 118 to 126. Folks, let's be respectful of everyone in the room. And with that, I'm going to hand over the dais back to our moderator.
Thank you. All right. So we're on Article 40, right? Article 40? Okay. I see that there's some folks leaving. As you leave, please be quiet so we can continue. We are moving to Article 40, the zoning map change. It is a citizen's petition. And the petitioner, that's you, okay? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan.
8 minutes, please. Oh. Sorry, I just want to get you started with your 8 minutes.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Susan Irvine Costanza, and I am here representing Article 40, the zoning map change for 1 Colonial Ave, 81 Hayden Row, and 83 Hayden Row to amend our zoning by changing the zoning district from residential to business. I'm sorry that I'm so nervous, but the last time I presented in this room was in 1983 when I was getting ready to graduate from high school, so I'm shaking like a leaf. For those of you that don't know me, I live at 26 Eastview Road, which I have lived in since the day I was born. I own J.C. Palmater Septic. I am the 3rd generation owner of that business and the first woman to run it. My family has been on that land running our business since my uncles broke ground there at 85 Hayden Row. 1 Colonial, for those of you that don't know where it is the land behind it in my parking lot. 81 and 83 Hayden Row are my neighbors that are right next door to us. And for anyone that drives their children to school or goes on 85, you can tell that we are not residential. I am surrounded completely by construction, have been there since we started. My only access in and out of the land is my driveway, which is actually Colonial Ave. So we are on slide 1. Can we go to slide 2? That just told me, I told you about me. Slide 3 is that we've been there since 1958. It was Irvine Brothers Rambler dealership and a Jenny gas station. And then it became J.C. Palmater. I've been in town, like I said, my whole life, supported the library, marathon, local sports, raised my 3 children here, lots of things. Slide 4. This shows you our property.
It's right there for you.
Oh, okay, good. I don't have to turn around. So the green is, and the star is Colonial Ave. The small green is up square, up towards Hayden Row, is 81 Hayden Row, and the bigger square is 83 Hayden Row. All the yellow around us is business. We have the dental place, we have Egan Electric, we have 85 Hayden Row, which is J.C. Palmater, 85B Hayden Row, which is multiple construction, 87 Hayden Row, which is now the new developing construction, 89 Hayden Row, which is the Honey Hill Farms property, which is the admin buildings, and then across the street, the schools that everybody has put lots of money into, that goes vast distance all around. So what we're asking is that you make us part of this business zone. We are the only green in this vast majority of yellow. I made a little yellow pad because that's where I would like to have the opportunity to park some of my trucks. You're all used to seeing my Christmas truck up front. I'd like you only to see that truck up front. Can we go to the next slide? So this is the driveway view from 1 Colonial. As you can tell, if you were coming out of your house, that would not be your residential view you'd want to see. That's also the front door view at Colonial Ave. I don't think you'd want to walk out of your house and see that. Next slide, please. This is our access to Hayden Row. It's our only access to Hayden Row. It is our driveway that goes through, as you can see, construction. And on the next slide, next to it is our proposed trucking area. Next slide. So please vote yes, because I'd like to stay where I've always been my whole life. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to, yeah, you can stay here for questions. I did want to ask the planning board for their recommendation.
Was a motion made?
I think were you making the motion? I think if you don't mind, yeah, can we just go ahead and say, if you don't mind going up to the mic and just saying your name and your address and
My name is Susan Irvine Costanza. I live at 26 Eastview Road, and I own 85 Hayden Row Street.
And you want to,
And
do you have the warrant and articles in front of you?
And I am making a motion for Article 40, zoning map change of 1 Colonial Ave, 81 Hayden Row Street, and 83 Hayden Row Street, from residential to business.
Okay, I heard a second. Okay. And what is the planning board recommendation?
The planning board recommends no action.
Okay.
Hi, Richard Michaelevich, 69 East Street. I'm going to vote in support of Ms. Costanza. I think we should support a business that's been in town for over 100 years. And it's not a big ask to make this change since she's surrounded by business zone parcels.
Yes.
Jerry Kazanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. Could we get the plot plan back up? I think it was slide 3.
Oh, there you
we
go.
I'm just curious, what is, I think it's U22340. What is that zoned as currently? Do we know?
U22330, that is business.
That is?
Yep, they're
Okay.
both business.
And then naturally, all the properties along the street in the upper right-hand corner, they're all residential?
Up in the, I'm sorry,
In the upper right-hand corner of the map, through you, Madam Moderator.
past Egan Electric?
No, in the upper right-hand corner.
Are you talking about
Yeah, U20.
U2092? It's
That's Eastview Road, thank you.
Oh, that goes on to Eastview Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Jessica Zent, 69 East Street. I am in complete support of this article for the family that has been in the Hopkinton community for over 100 years. I'm not sure that 3 generations, these properties were residential when they were fully surrounded by commercial properties. Thank you.
Ann Matina, 40 Eastview Road. A comment, actually 2 comments. One is, I don't necessarily think that being not in favor of this article means that you are against a family who's been in town for 3 generations. I do want to point out that, as the gentleman before me on this side said, those houses along to the right hand, up in the right-hand corner of the map, are all residential, including Mrs. Costanza's house. We are concerned about the development of this land, as anyone would be. So I just want to say that I understand why, and far be it from me to say that they can't develop the land the way they want to develop it, but you have to take into account that all of this borders on houses that exist and will pay the price for water runoff and other unavoidable things that are going to happen once it starts getting developed. My question is this: are you planning to keep 1 Colonial Drive at the house? The house is going to stay.
Can you please answer yes or no? You can go to the mic, but I just want you to have a one-word answer.
Yes, I am. I have a family member living there.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara Burnham, 64 Hayden Row. I would encourage everyone to support this and vote yes. We always talk about supporting local business. This is a local business that's been in town for 100 years. There's not a lot of local businesses that can say that. I personally took a trip onto the property because I wanted to understand exactly where these trucks were going to go. And I can assure you that these trucks are tucked back in the back of the property. They're not going to be a backdrop for the Eastview Road residents' family cookouts. They're tucked away. They're not going to be visible, and I would encourage everyone to vote yes and support a local business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Hi, Kelly DiPaolo, 6 Hoyt Way. I am voting yes on this for multiple reasons. First of all, if you look at the map that Ms. Costanza has supplied, she is by and large supplied by other commercial properties. And if you look at her driveway going in, it's the same thing. She's asking to move her, be able to park her commercial vehicles there, which makes complete sense. Additionally, as someone that grew up in Hopkinton and graduated from this very school when it was a high school, I can tell you that her family and their company have supported everything along the way and continue to support things from local residents like me who have run marathons for charities in town and things like that. But when you put aside the support that they've given us, if you took all of that aside, they're surrounded by commercial property as it is, and it makes complete sense for their property to be zoned that way. So please support me in voting yes.
Thank you. Yes?
Steve Petrovsky, 2 Hazel Road. Our property and our home actually abuts this parcel of land. We purchased our home about 27 years ago, wanting a nice home in a residential neighborhood. And at the time, the wooded area behind zoned residential provided a good buffer for the 2 residences and businesses on Hayden Row. This was in part why we purchased our house. Should this zoning proposal be approved, it will drastically change the appearance, nature, and use of the property. And I have a couple of concerns. The first is a runoff of the stormwater. Change to the terrain of the property have and will continue to have adverse effects on water flow. Even the most recent regrading and tree removal that they did on the property at Colonial Ave created a significant increase in flow of water into our backyard. This is really concerning because the leaching field for our septic system is in that area, and it's constantly wet. There has been no indication that any mitigation efforts have been considered. I believe the intended use of the property should it get rezoned as to park commercial vehicles, storage trailers, which will create noise, light, air pollution, and as the vehicles are moved around. This will make it difficult for us to enjoy our backyard. Also, our family room window has a direct light sight line to the area, and the applicant has recently moved unsightly trailers, piles of pallets, and commercial equipment close to our property line. We are currently looking at an eyesore that will likely worsen if the rezoning is approved. Changing the zoning has no benefit to the town of Hopkinton, and the fact the only beneficiary is the petitioner. The change, however, will have an adverse effect on my property and to all the other residential
Thank you.
properties that abut the area.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Nick Bibas, 22 Eastview. Through the moderator, I have a comment.
You might need to move closer to the
Sorry.
mic.
One comment is I've heard multiple times here that the land around is totally surrounded by commercial. Up there, I count 5 parcels that are currently residential. So the statement that it's all surrounded by commercial is absolutely not true. There's 5 residentials, 3 on Eastview right there. The parcel that's U19-1752 is residential. And the U2234 that is owned by an unknown person is still residential. And I would like to ask a question. The U19-1752 parcel that is part of this, where is the owner of that land and what is his intentions? Why is he not petitioning to have speaking on that front? Because she doesn't own that land.
I don't know who owns it. I don't think, I don't know.
She called it her neighbor. So you said your
Okay,
neighbor.
well, you need to speak through me, please.
Yeah, sorry. She's commenting. I wasn't. I think the mistake in this motion is I really have no personal beef with any of this. It's her land. She can do what she's doing here. But that other land of U19 is my really big concern, because that gentleman has said he wants to build on that land. And I think turning that into commercial is going to cause a massive amount of rainwater and runoff and big problems for everybody in Eastview. Not just the 3 residential parcels right there, but even down at the bottom of the hill, there's going to be a massive, massive rainwater problem. So there's really 3 parcels of land here. She has, I believe 2 of them. One of them is by the unknown person who also is tag teaming on this motion.
Thank you. I do want to say, is the owner of U19-1752 here? Okay, you may step to the mic.
Hi, Barbara Kessler, 81 Hayden Rose Street and 83 Hayden Rose Street.
Okay, and can you identify your parcels on this map for us using?
I believe, can't really read that. I think, I'm at the doctor's office here. It's like U19-1752 and...
Why don't you come here and look at the map that's right on the screen right here?
U19-1750.
So 0 and 2 are both your property? Okay. And do you have a position on this recommendation or this motion?
We are part of the petition. We are on the motion. We are 81 and 83 Hayden Rose Street petitioning to change the zoning to business, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in terms of the person who was here talking before me, there is no plan for a specific thing to be built. Kind of like was said in the previous article, if a developer shows some interest, we will have to go through the planning board, and everybody else. If you build something in town, you just don't throw something up in town on your own. You go through this process. So there is no plan for anything to be built right now. And to also address another thing that was stated, the dentist is on our other side. So I'm sorry, I don't know the number of the office. U19-174. Yes, it's a dental place. Thank you. And when we purchased the property almost 22 years ago, there was a handful of parking spots, and it was called a home office, and now there's about 40 parking spots, and floodlights shining into our house. I mean, it's a business.
Yep.
Whatever the zoning happens to be. Across from us, similar situation.
So I'd like to have you come and stand here so you can be part of the questions, because it's getting a little confusing. So I think
Yes.
you can, the information about the dentist place has already been shared, so why don't you step back and let's see what questions come up, okay?
Oh.
Yes?
Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis Road. I was hoping through you, Madam Moderator, that I could request the planning board come up and provide some insight into their rejection and stated opposition of this and contextualize some of the information we're hearing. There's been a lot of good discussion here about potential impact for wastewater drainage, but there's also been some common sense offered by the owners of the property. I'd like to hear from the oversight board to help me better understand the issue before me.
Okay, so just given the way this is set up, are you representing the planning board? Why don't you approach the mic? Can you answer that in 2 minutes or less, do you think?
Yep. So,
Okay.
so the citizens petitions for any zoning changes normally goes to the planning board for a recommendation for approval to help it ease through the town meeting process. So that they did that. We took a vote. We voted 5-3 against it, and not to basically recommend no action. There's a couple things important about this map. The dentist office at the top is zoned residential A. Egan Electric is zoned as residential A. So even though they're businesses, they're zoned residential A, which is
That's business now. Egan is business now. My attorney after her, it's been.
Okay, hold
that
on,
would be news to me.
Hold on.
Okay, so why did the planning board object, basically? These parcels came before the planning board long before any of the members on the, like about 7 years ago, before any of us were on it. It was denied at that time. I think the general concern is commercial sprawl into residential neighborhoods, if to sum it up in one.
Sorry, you can't respond. Not yet.
Like I said,
Neither of you can respond right now.
Like
Go
I
ahead.
said, it wasn't unanimous. It was 5-3, and in complete candor, I was one of the three. So that's that.
Okay, thank you. We're going to continue with questions. We're not doing a back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mike Terosian, 1 Colonial Ave. I am in full support of this. For me, who lives in the middle of all this, the trucks went from the front of my house to the back of my house. This business has operated here forever. Next door at 87, huge improvements on the drainage, retention ponds and so forth. The neighbor that was talking, if I look at the map correctly, that unknown parcel just, who we don't know, the U22340, a corner of it touches his property. Colonial Ave goes down to his property. This residential area here does not abut his property, if I'm reading that map correctly. Thank you.
Yes.
Zach Kosan, 8 Hazel Road. This town meeting, we have decided to spend an enormous amount of money, and I think anything that we can do to maintain the tax base, and even if this is just a drop in the bucket to increase the tax base of the town, we should do it. I'm in favor of this.
Thank you.
Doris Schmidt, 49 Franklin Road. I vote to approve this. She just wants to park her trucks out of the front so you don't see them. Also, I feel that the town is against business, and that's why we pay such a big share of the taxes, and this is wrong.
Matthew Vronka, 6 Blackthorn Circle, member of Planning Board, but speaking for myself here. I am very much for improving the business tax base in this town, as I've mentioned before. But in this specific instance, I'm against this motion. As Rob mentioned, one of the reasons that came up was just thinking about the other properties in this area. And Zach has looked at this in the past, and one of the concerns has been once you leave the labeled properties here, it's all residential. And so the concern is, what about
those properties there, how does this impact their quality of life? And we just talked about the concerns of people buying into a certain zone and suddenly having that change. If we're going to start piecemeal moving zones right near people into different levels of business, what's that mean to them as part of this town as well? And as Ted had mentioned earlier about how we do zoning in this town, we look at it with a long lens. We don't look at one piece at a time in most cases. We look at how does this impact the total town and how do we want that to evolve. And I'm not fully opposed to the change of zone here. I just think that it needs to be done with a view for the larger town development, and it needs to be done as part of a larger analysis of how we want the zones of this area to be affected and change and what that means for the town. So I'm against this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Jessica Zent, 69 East Street. Can I ask both of these ladies that own these residential properties, if this article is not to pass tonight, so that you can keep your trucks on your commercial property, could you potentially sell both of these residential properties to a developer that could develop multifamily housing here? Yes or no?
So just so you know, you ask through me, you don't ask them directly.
Miss Moderator, could these ladies potentially sell these residential properties to a developer to build multifamily properties on?
I don't know if you know the answer. Please use one-word responses.
Yes or no? Could
No,
you?
no, can you not talk to them directly? Or,
Miss Moderator?
To the best of my knowledge, we are currently zoned residential A, which gives the permission to build one single-family dwelling in the lot entitled U-119-175-2, and the other house is where we live. So no, we could not. It is not zoned
Thank
to
you.
sell to a
Thank you.
multifamily.
Do you have a different answer?
I am zoned residential A. There are multiple uses that could be used for that property. It is 1.6 acres. I could explore multiple options.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is, well, I'm loud, wow. Hi, my name is Phil Antoniadis. I live at 81 Hayden Row. I am also an owner, but I just wanted to explain a couple of things. A lot of things have come up in the 20-plus years we've lived here. The first is that we're often told we're part of the neighborhood, and we really aren't. No one comes to our house trick-or-treating. We live in a business zone. We don't live in a neighborhood. I'd like to, but we don't. If you know me because I teach your kids drums or because I've worked on your house as a contractor. You don't know me because I'm your neighbor. And it's been forever like this. We're trying to deal with the fact that there's always an edge in town between business and residential. And somehow this area has kind of fudged its way into being more and more business, not residential, over the 20 years we've been here. The dentist will never be anything but a dentist. It's huge now, and it wasn't when we first were there, but it kept getting special use, bigger, 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 bigger. It's just a dentist now. We look at what we could do with our lot, which we bought to develop. We certainly can't build a big giant house there. Nobody wants to have a view of 360 degrees of business. I look out my house and I pretty much see business everywhere except for maybe a small fraction, maybe 10% of the area around my house I see residential. Everything else is business. At some point, we've got to make the right decision about what to do with this land and then do something right for Hopkinton in developing extra land. Look at all the parking that would be available for any business that would be supported. There's a lot. Lastly, what I would say is, I'm gonna run out of time,
Yeah.
I guess. So yeah, no, listen, thank you. I just want you to consider it.
Thank you. You didn't really ask a question, right? All right, we're gonna go ahead and go to a vote. Because it's a 2/3, I'd like to do a clicker vote. The yes vote will be to make the zoning map change, and a no vote will be to not make it. Nicole, let me know when we're ready. Okay, we're ready. Let's open the vote. Okay, if you haven't cast your vote, please go ahead and do so. If you haven't cast your vote, please go ahead and do so. Nicole, please close the voting. Yes, this passes 144 to 63. It's a good thing that the math gets done for me. I don't think I could do that at this point. All right, moving on to Article 41. Okay, we would appreciate if people stay so we can get through these last couple articles. We need to make sure we got plenty of people for that. Article 41, amend the non-criminal disposition bylaw. The motion is being made by the Conservation Commission.
Hi, Melissa Ricas, 68 Ash Street.
I don't know if people can hear. You might need to tip that mic.
Melissa Ricas, 68 Ash Street, Vice Chair of the Conservation Commission. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to move the motion that the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Hopkinton set forth in Article 41 of the 2024 annual town meeting warrant.
Okay, is there a second? Do I have to get a second for this? Yeah. Okay, I hear a second. I don't have to, okay. Okay, did you want to say anything about this? I don't think you have a slide, right?
No, I have a brief explanation though. The Conservation Commission via Town Council has recently been made aware that the Commission's omission from the town's non-criminal disposition bylaw. The non-criminal disposition bylaw establishes penalties for violations to town bylaws via the 21D ticketing process. The Hopkinton Wetland Protection Bylaw was promulgated prior to the establishment of the non-criminal disposition bylaw, and we believe that the Commission's omission was an administrative oversight. The Commission is requesting a $300 per day offense fine for violations of the Hopkinton Wetland Protection Bylaw. Consistent with our previous actions, the Conservation Commission's position related to enforcement is a preference for education and collaborative compliance. Enforcement and subsequent fines are reserved for extraordinary circumstances and remain a measure of last resort.
Thank you.
Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. I stand in support of this. I only wish the violation amount were higher.
Thank you. All right, it looks like this requires a simple majority vote. Let's try a voice vote.
Question, and I hate to ask this. We've had a lot of people leave after Articles 39 and 40. Do we still have quorum?
Is there a way to count based on?
Yeah, we can use the
We're going to use the clickers to count how many people are here. So, Nicole, I guess we're going to have people vote yes if they're here. Hold on just a minute. She's explaining it to me. Yes? Okay, whatever you can do and whatever you want people to click. No. Okay, so we just press any button when you say so?
When you say so.
Okay, is it open? Okay, please press a button on your clicker.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Let's continue. Okay, So we were just about ready to vote on Article 41. We are going to do a voice vote. A simple majority is required. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Article 41 passes with a voice vote. On to Article 42 is, who's making the motion? Okay.
Madam Moderator, we move the motion as written in the warrant and motions document.
Okay, and since it's a board making it, we don't need a second. Did you want to explain it?
Just really briefly, this is an article meant to increase access and participation for residents who may be residents who may not be voters, so that they can participate by appointment on the Appropriation Committee, the Capital Improvement Committee, and the Community Preservation Committee. Currently, those committees have restrictions requiring people to be registered voters, and we would like to open it up so that residents, whether they're registered voters or not, can participate in town government.
Go ahead.
To the moderator, I stand in support of this.
Could you introduce
Sorry,
yourself,
Peter
please?
Thomas, 215 Pond. I stand in support of this. I just have a quick question for council through the moderator. How is a resident defined? Do they have a legal age limit? I mean, could a teenager be a member is the question.
It's not defined in this, so.
Yes, currently, somebody who is younger than 18 could participate. They'd be appointed through the particular process, but it's possible.
And through the moderator, to clarify, a registered voter would imply they've reached the age of majority at this point. So essentially, we're changing the law to allow people that are under 18 who are residents to be part of these committees, correct?
Mostly we entertain the idea of doing this to open access to folks who live here, pay taxes here, and aren't eligible to vote.
Thank you.
Otherwise.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Vaskin Bojijan, 204 Winter Street. Although I applaud and merit that people who are not citizens of the town and who'd like to participate should have some involvement, but I'd like to point out that this town meeting has spent somewhere in the neighborhood of $150, $170 million over the last 2.5 days. I think what we're doing here with these 3 committees, the bulk of those recommendations, the bulk of that came from the Appropriation Committee, the Capital Improvements Committee, and the 2% that we pay on all of our tax bills for the community. Is it the Community Preservation is the other group?
CPC.
Okay. I have very mixed emotions about this. I know people, non-citizens live in town. I know they pay taxes. I just don't think it's the right idea. My gut feeling, my subjective feeling is that this is wrong. We shouldn't be doing it. We're the citizens of this community. Being a citizen of the United States of America and Hopkinton should have significant meaning, and I think what this is doing is diminishing that meaning and making it less valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis Road, speaking as capital and as a private citizen, I suppose. Yes, in my backyard. If you want to get involved in the town that you live in, that you pay taxes in, that you are a member of, whose services support you, your family, and whose tax dollars support me, you, the people in this town, this very meeting, you have every right to be part of the civil process. I welcome the day I have too many people applying to be on my committee and looking to engage in the process of administering this town. We pride ourselves on inclusivity, on diversity, and on being an open community, and I can think of no better expression than more robustly opening the doors of our government to the people who live in this town.
Picked the wrong time to walk up to the mic. Second everything that was just said.
Please introduce yourself again.
Matthew Varanka, 6 Blackthorn Circle. I rise fully in favor of this. Citizenship does mean something, and I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And a lot of people that live in town that aren't citizens, I think, agree with that as well. And some of them have lived here for several years, longer than that sometimes, waiting for citizenship, but are still very involved in our school. They have children that are citizens here, and what happens in town impacts them. I think they should have every opportunity to have their voice heard as well, and do encourage them to come speak to elected officials and boards. Thank you. And yes, I am in favor of the changes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So this needs a simple majority. Let's take a voice vote. All in favor of Article 42, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. All right. I want to go to a electronic vote, please. Okay, please open the vote, Nicole. All right, I'm seeing the voting slowing down. I'll give it a few more seconds so we get to 30 seconds. Okay, Nicole, can you please close the voting? The vote is 92 to 78. Article 42 passes. Okay, we're on to Article 43, a general bylaw amendment about admission to town meeting hall. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, Article 43, admission to town meeting hall. We move that the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Hopkinton as set forth in Article 43 of the 2024 annual town meeting warrant. Select Board recommends approval.
Okay. Can you explain what's different about this?
Sure. This is along the same line of the spirit that of the previous article related to the town meeting. Current bylaw is very restrictive and states 47-4, persons not on voters list not admitted to meeting as follows. Unless otherwise ordered by the moderator or by a vote of the meeting, no person whose name is not on the list of registered voters shall be admitted to the hall where a town meeting is being held. This provision shall be enforced by use of the checklist, and the moderator shall determine the bounds of the hall. So the spirit of this article is essentially giving voice to the residents, the taxpayers who are not registered voters or citizens. Over time, the town has established a non-voter section and routinely allows staff and other non-voters to be present. Article would codify current practice by requiring the moderator to establish an area for non-voters, either in the same hall as the town meeting or in another room. Town clerk will continue to monitor attendance and will keep a list of non-voters in attendance. Article would allow any resident to request to speak, and they may be recognized by the moderator. This is new, and it would allow non-voting residents to request to speak to an article. Non-voting residents includes youth, non-US citizens, and those who choose not to register to vote or perhaps have registered too late to participate in town meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Jerry Kazanjian, 29 Elizabeth Road. A couple questions. One, if I understand correctly, you have certain discretion in granting non-voters the ability to speak, such as professionals to come in and give presentations, et cetera, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then, if I understand correctly, this definition of non-voters, did I understand, did I hear
Really?
youth? Like,
Yes. What I heard was anyone who's a resident who, for one reason or another, is not a registered voter.
Mhm.
So there's a number of different groups that would be, can fall into that, yep.
okay, so first, I don't think that's clear from the wording, but also to the select board, I'd like to ask why it was drawn, why the line was drawn there, and that landowners who are non-residents of the town or business owners who are not residents of the town are not given the right to speak.
Well, as has been mentioned, I do have discretion to allow people to speak, I guess, just at my discretion. So I don't know that we would need to list every single permutation just because we could probably think of a lot. But your question is a land or business owner who is not a resident of the town, are they allowed to speak? They are not by right, but they are if I give permission for that.
Right, so my question is, why is it that the select board chose that line, and did not go further
Okay.
to extend to others who may have an interest in how the town is operated?
Okay, I don't know. Is that something you can speak to, Shahidul? How did you determine this particular parameter?
The general idea was that the non-residents whose lives are more, the residents and non-registered voters whose lives are more impacted directly, who lives in the town and lives in a house here, and their kids goes to school, they're using the facilities and the infrastructure and all the police, fire, DPW services. It was more geared towards them, and that's why we started with this.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
to follow up, I believe that non-resident landowners and non-resident business owners may also value the services from the town quite greatly, and for the same reasons that, with the exception of the schools, of course, they may have an interest in speaking at town meeting as well. Look, I'm not in favor of this article at all, but I think in order for it to be palatable, that definition of non-voter needs to change. I do have an amendment that I've
Okay, if
brought
you
up
have
to the
an
back.
amendment-
It's already been submitted.
Right, I'd like you to just get it and
It's already-
bring it to me and
it's right
come
there.
down here, okay? But well, I'm supposed to read it before it goes up, but we can do it this way.
I didn't ask it to be displayed.
Okay. All right, this is the proposed amendment. Is there a second? Okay, can you read it?
Sure, absolutely. So in short, it adds landowners and business owners into the category, but the moderator shall designate an area for residents of, owners of land in, and owners of businesses in the town who are not registered voters of the town, collectively non-voters, to attend the town meeting. The moderator may move the non-voter. Basically, everything there is the same, just using the defined term non-voter, and then changes what the town clerk uses to verify the non-voters to not only include the annual street list, but also to property records and tax records.
Through the moderator, I am personally fine with the amendment, but I don't know if I need to get my board's approval.
Well, since the way it was submitted wasn't in such a way to have it be a friendly amendment, which is what we could have possibly done. I think we've gotten this amendment, and we had a second, right? Okay, so we'll discuss this amendment and then vote on it. Yes.
Peter Thomas, 215 Pond Street, through the moderator to town council. Town council, it says owners of land. Would that include Bank of America, For example, if there was a mortgage on the property, the legal owner is typically the lien holder, and the property is registered in the name of somebody. So, in your professional opinion, would this include any bank that owns property in the town?
Well, I would say the interpretive authority would lie with the town clerk in the first instance, but I think you identify a potential ambiguity where anybody who owned a foreclosure, any developer that owned land who was developing in town, they would arguably have the right. Eversource, who owns Hopkinton LNG, anybody who potentially owned land would have that argument. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bertram.
I'd like to recognize the town clerk.
Just speaking, considering this changes a little bit of the role that the clerk's office would play in this, it's important to note that the clerk does keep the list of registered voters as well as the list of residents through the annual street listing. However, we do not maintain property records and tax records, and it would be extremely difficult and logistically a bit of a nightmare, to put it mildly, to actually conduct this realistically.
Thank you. Yes.
Darlene Hayes, 1/3 Road.
Can you tip the mic down?
I should get used to this. Darlene Hayes, 1/3 Road. I'm against the amendment, and that's because of the words owners in it. I think it's very discriminatory to people who might be renters living in town, that if they have to prove that they own land, does that discredit anyone who's a renter in town?
Thank you.
That's just a question.
Does this have an impact on a renter? It does say residence, so it says residence, so it says residence, owner, I mean, it's a comma, so it's residence or, so just a second. Just a minute, I'm asking town council. So, so just so you know, the reason that we need you to bring something written up here is for legal counsel to review it. Next time you're doing an amendment, we'll walk through, okay?
Sure. Can we repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the question is the new way it written somehow going to mean that renters would not be eligible to participate?
Well, it just disappeared.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can you please put it back?
So I would start by answering that.
Stop. Thank you.
The moderator. So I would start by saying that this would set a minimum requirement by right. So I think that even if we were to say that this didn't establish an absolute right for renters to speak, the moderator would still have discretion to allow that. Shall designate an area for residents of.
So would this mean that more people would have to sit in a special designated zone?
Residents. I don't even know how you would verify them. I'm going to have to parse this over a couple. I mean, I haven't seen this yet. I need to think about this.
Okay, so our legal counsel needs to spend some time looking at what? It's in Slack? Okay. So our legal counsel needs to spend a few minutes looking at this wording. I believe there are significant implications to the town clerk. While he's looking at it, I want to say that we're only going to talk about the amendment, but do you have a question? Because we're still getting an interpretation of what this would do. So I don't know if we want to debate if we all don't know what it would do anyway. But do you want to give it a shot? What were you thinking?
Yes, Ed Harrow, 8 Spring Lane. As it stands now, we keep a guest list. We have assigned seating for people that are not registered voters. How does this change that?
So currently, we actually do have a place for non-voting residents that is not there. It is not there. We have set aside space for them. That is at my discretion, and because of voice voting, we have unfortunately, we put it in the gym. Once we have electronic voting, then we would give voters an electronic vote tool, and then anyone could possibly sit here. So I've had a certain amount of flexibility. So just want to explain to you.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, yes. Do you have something
John,
about the amendment?
Yes, John Catino, 1 David Joseph. Oh, boy. This, you're just saying that this, we don't know what's going on here. But I think the original amendment also didn't clarify what it is. Kids could come in and vote. Anybody could come in here.
It's to speak. It's to speak. This is not voting.
Right.
This is only the right to speak.
Okay, yes. So it's also speak, and right now we're doing a hybrid. Every once in a while we're doing, let's do a voice vote, or let's do a clicker vote. So my only concern is that if somebody calls for a voice vote, how do we know that the section that's in here is not voice voting? And so we're doing a hybrid. And so if we, we're getting a slippery slope to Mr. Bojigian came in up and said before, we're getting to a slippery slope. Now it's, children can come in here and come in and be recognized. Where does being a resident, being an owner, being a business owner, where does any of that take precedent? Because we're the ones that are paying the taxes.
Thank you. I do want to clarify that there are people who are not able to vote who we do know pay taxes for. I just want to clarify that. Did you have something to say about the amendment?
Yes, Madam Moderator.
Okay, go ahead.
Mary Jo Andrick, 2 College Street. This amendment is unnecessary. I've been coming to town meeting for years and years, and every time there's an issue that affects a non-resident business owner or a non-resident landowner, the moderator has always allowed that person to speak. It's the discretion of the moderator has worked for years and years and years. This amendment is not needed, and if the town clerk says that it's putting an undue burden on his office, then let's just not bother with this amendment.
Thank you. Do you have something to say about the amendment?
I do, while we're still waiting for legal to process this all. Matthew Veronica, 6 Blackthorn Circle. While I generally agree with the previous comment as well, and legal's probably ahead of me on this, I just question what owners of businesses in town entail. What constitutes a business in town? Is it an interest? Is it an operation? Is it based in? What constitutes an owner? Going back to the Bank of America question, anybody with a share of Bank of America is allowed to speak at town meeting now?
Well, it's complicated because these 3 are still trying to sort it out, so I don't know the answer just yet. Did you have something you wanted to say in response to this amendment?
Yes, Janice Berry, 21 Tamara Lane. Question through the moderator. I think, again, I stand against this, and the reason why is I think it's already something that we allow. I recall a few years ago, we entered a TIF agreement, I believe it was, with a local business. That person, they came to town meeting. Of course, it lasted several nights. And they came, and I don't know if they got to speak, but the point is they were present here to speak and represent their business for that specific situation with the town. So I think this is already taken care of, and it's not necessary at all to add this. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Let me just check in to see where we are. Okay, we're still thinking. Yes, I just want to say one thing, which is that you've already spoken once, so if you speak one more time about this amendment, you're done for the evening.
That's fine, Madam Moderator. Jerry Kazandra, 29 Elizabeth Road. In some ways, I don't care whether the amendment passes. My issue is that non-voters is very, very vague. And there needs to be some delineation, some definition of who or who not is permitted to enter town meeting hall. So
Okay.
this is an attempt at it that my intent was not to include Bank of America. Individuals who are landowners, business owners, et cetera. But I'm happy to withdraw my motion for the amendment if we can come up with a better definition of non-voters.
Okay, so I don't know if you can conditionally do that. I just want to find out. Hold on one second. He wants to withdraw the amendment if we can come up with something better. And I said, I don't think you can do that. So does he want to? So do you want to just withdraw it?
I mean, I'm happy. My condition there was hypothetical. I'm basically saying I would like it if we can come up with another definition of non-voter that is clear, because at this point I think it's very, very vague.
Okay, so
I withdraw my amendment.
What's that?
I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, all right. So wait.
Okay.
Since he withdrew, do we have to have a vote?
No, we're back.
Okay, so now we're back on the main motion. Thank you, everybody. Can we go back to the main motion? Here we go. Okay, you spoke one time? You spoke no times on this so far?
I spoke on the previous article.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis Road. I call the question.
Okay, all right. It's a simple majority to call the question? It's 2/3? Okay. Let's just try to take a voice vote and see. I need 2/3 to be able to proceed. Everybody who wants to move on to voting on this, please say aye. Aye. Everybody who'd like to continue discussing. Okay, let's go ahead. That is, yes, passes on a voice vote. Okay. Now we need a simple majority. I'll also try doing this on a voice vote. All in favor of Article 43, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. I believe this fails on a voice vote. Okay. Article 44, General Bylaw Amendment, Leash Law. Is there who's making the here's the motion. Trails, okay.
Hello, Linda Chus, 11 School Street, a member of the Trails Coordination and Management Committee, Trails Committee to save time. Speaking on behalf of the committee, we move the motion as written in the motions document. Our chair is traveling, so I'm speaking on behalf of the committee. We don't have slides. We had them, but the dog ate them, so no slides. This should be pretty short and simple. Article 44 is about matters of safety and fair opportunity. Our committee has heard from residents afraid to use trails in town because of dogs, and we know many dog owners like to have their dogs off leash. The main focus of this article would allow us to test options with select board review and approval to better serve both these groups. There are actually 3 bylaw changes in this article. Section C, the main focus is about leashing dogs on trails, which is why the Trails Committee is sponsoring this. But first I'll cover sections A and B, which are simple housekeeping items related to leashing dogs in general. Section A modifies the current bylaw to define a leash as a physical connection. That is how the town currently interprets the term leash, but with the use of e-collars, this needed to be specified. Section B modifies the current bylaw to allow dogs in the dog park to be off leash. That was always the intention of and is the practice at the dog park, but it wasn't specified. So Section B clears that up. Section C is new and allows the town to test out temporary options related to the leashing of dogs, specifically on trails. As noted above, we hear of people who won't use the trails at all because of frightening and sometimes physically harmful encounters with dogs there, often unleashed dogs. And we hear from owners who want their dogs to be able to run free in wooded settings. While leashing is currently the law, it's not always done, and sufficient enforcement is difficult. The Trails Committee's job includes encouraging trail use and allowing everyone the opportunity to use the trails, which is why we're here tonight. We're seeking to test options that allow more people to experience the trails in a way that's safe. Some other towns have good approaches we could try. One is designating different trails for different uses at certain times of day or certain days. As an example, Trail 1 might allow dogs off leash on Saturday mornings. People afraid of dogs could avoid the trail then. Trail 2 would prohibit all dogs on Saturday morning, so people fearful of dogs could use it without any worry. Signage would convey this. The rest of town and days would continue to follow current rules. Dogs must be leashed. Last week, we held a Dogs on Trails community forum. 30 people attended, including our animal control officer, Bill Proctor. They represented the full range of views. No fur flew. People respectfully shared their concerns and wishes and provided good suggestions, like more and better signs, certain places that might be just for dogs off trail, and dogs off leash, and dog training classes in town. If Article 44 passes, it would work like this. We'd propose an idea to the select board, the public could comment on it, and if the select board approves it, we'd try that idea out for a period of time. Then, if a trial works well, we could eventually submit a town meeting article for voting to make it permanent. By having some options that are suitable to more people, then more people can enjoy using the trails. We don't have all the answers. This will take time. An early step is being able to try some things out and based on that, implement good solutions. That's what a yes vote for Article 44 would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the select board weigh in on this? Okay. Okay. All right. Whoop.
Hi, my name is Paula Toomey, 16 Duffield Road. I'm opposed to this, vehemently opposed, because leash laws for a reason, they're for safety reasons. I was bitten by an off-leash dog on Fruit Street, the Fruit Street trails. They broke the skin. I had to go to the hospital. My dog was also attacked by this dog. This person did not stop. This person did not take responsibility for their behavior. I think we should maintain our leash law that we have in effect, and that's in effect. I think it's opening the towns to a great liability also to have, well, some days we're off leash and some days we're on leash. That's all well and good. But believe me, if this law was passed and it was in effect when I got bit by that dog, this town would be facing yet another lawsuit.
Yes.
Doris Schmidt,
Can
49.
you just pull it down to what you got?
Yeah, Doris Schmidt, 49 Franklin Road. I believe that if we leave it up to the select board, we are liable and could be sued. If they say it's okay to be off leash and somebody gets hurt, now we're paying that bill again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think that you can answer whether it's a liability. I'd actually like town council to weigh in on that. So if the question is, if the select board allows an experiment with an off-leash thing, does that
goes bad,
create more liability for the town?
Most likely not. Anybody can sue anybody else at any time for anything, but in Massachusetts, municipalities enjoy immunity from suits under most circumstances under the
Now,
Massachusetts.
why would that happen?
Excuse me, you need to ask through me.
Sorry.
Under the
Why
Massa-
would you be immune if you made that call and you said it was okay
Yeah,
and somebody
so
got
I think
hurt?
we're having legal explain to us.
Okay,
I
you
don't
would
know
go.
why.
You would sue the person with the biggest pocket, and that would be the
Right.
town rather than myself.
Well, I thought, yes.
Can we hear from legal the full review?
Yes.
The general court has enacted a law called the Massachusetts Tort Claims Act. It makes the government immune from lawsuits of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I just want to point out the current law allows dogs off leash anywhere between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. So there's certainly already precedence for that. And the current situation is a lot of dogs are already off leash.
thank you, thank you. Go ahead.
Barbara Burnham, 64 Hayden Row. Madam Moderator, I have some questions about this.
Okay.
How will trial periods be monitored? How will it be determined if it was a successful trial period or it wasn't? Who's going to be doing that? Because certainly there's no one to cover all the trails.
Yes.
So we haven't worked out all the details, but we would start small. We'd start with 2 trails. We'd have signs. We'd do surveys. We'd talk to people who use those trails. We'd talk to residents who live near those trails and have reported experiences to us. We might hold more forums like we did. So we'd try to come up with, we don't know the exact way, but we'd try to work on small trials first to see how they work and collect as much information as possible.
I would encourage everyone to vote against this where the Trails Committee doesn't have a plan in place to actually implement. I think we should leave things the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paula Garland.
Why don't you take the mic right out of there and just hold it? There you go.
Paula Garland, 50 Downey Street, through the moderator.
Can people hear? You need to hold it close to your mouth. Thank
Paula
you.
Garland, 50 Downey Street, through the moderator. While I appreciate the work that you've done on this, I agree with the person ahead of me. This isn't a complete plan. And I think that the select board has a lot of important things on their plate. I just don't think monitoring dogs is something that they should be working on. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a person right behind you. Could hand them the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Kavanaugh, 25 Priscilla Road. Through you, Madam Moderator, I just have a clarifying question.
There you go.
I hear the Trails Committee saying this is specific to the trails, but in reading the language, it appears that it could also potentially allow for other methods to contain dogs on other properties in town, including, it sounds like, kind of neighborhoods. Is that an accurate legal? It doesn't. I'm just looking for. Does
So
it
through
specify?
me, and then come back through me.
Yep, I am. I'm trying to look at you.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
I'm asking her,
Okay.
her to provide her answer through me, please. Okay, so can you say which language you're asking about?
I'm asking for where it says in here specifying that it's just the trails, and just to clarify that it's not neighborhoods and other areas in town as well.
Okay, so yeah, it says temporarily testing alternative dog control approaches within the town. Is that what you're asking about?
I am, and how does that exclude like neighborhoods and other areas?
Okay.
It doesn't. Our intention was the trails. I suppose this would allow someone to go to the select board with their own idea, and at that time, present the full plan to the select board, at which point the public has all the comments they want to be able to make about it.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Judy Kaplan, 10 Joseph Road. I want to go on record as being a big dog lover and against this proposal. I have been on trails where, everybody you come across has their dogs off the leash. They say, don't worry, they're friendly. They may or not be friendly depending on what dog you're walking with, what kind of unknown dog vibes they get with each other. I was walking someone else's dog that I was taking care of and was attacked by 2 dogs, causing significant damage to the dog that wasn't mine that I was taking care of. And the dogs doing the attacking were the property of someone who actually runs a kennel, and was so surprised because their dogs never did anything like that before. We cannot know what our dogs are going to do. You always hear a family dog that suddenly bites someone in the family. They've never done that before. We just don't have enough insight into what moves a dog when, and what instances the dogs may come across in any public place that could cause them to become aggressive. So I would say that while I think that we should say that it's okay to have an off-leash dog park, and it shouldn't be against the law to take your dog off the leash in the off-leash dog park, that the rest of the community should be kept from the whims of dogs that are often loving, but something just goes wrong.
Thank you. Yes.
Matthew Vranca, 6 Blackthorn Circle. I really appreciate the housekeeping work done on A and B. I would move to divide the motion such that A and B are voted on first, and then C as a separate motion.
Okay. So he just made a motion. He just made a motion to divide it. Okay. Okay. So I just want to make sure your motion was to divide, and A and B are together and C is separate.
Correct.
Okay. I heard a second. Okay. Is there any? I need to just vote first to separate. Just one sec. We did this yesterday. Yeah. Okay. So this is debatable. So does anyone, does what you have to say about dividing? I'm asking you at the mic.
About dividing?
About dividing this so we vote on A and B separate from C?
I don't think we should divide.
Okay, okay, so that is an opinion, that's fine. Okay, so it's simple majority? Simple majority? Okay, we're going to try a voice vote first. So the vote, if you vote yes right now, you're voting to divide. A and B we'll talk about, and C we'll talk about separate. All in favor of separating? Please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Oh, man. I'm going to take a clicker vote on this, Nicole. So this is about, are we separating? I'm sorry, are we dividing? I got to use the right language. Are we dividing C from A and B, and we need a simple majority to do this dividing? No. Sorry, I thought, did you give me a thumb up? No. No, I'm just waiting for the text of the motion. The text of the motion. Sorry, we can't do the voting until there's something in writing. It's by dividing, not separating. Okay. Okay. The verbiage is okay. You don't need to make further changes. Okay. Okay, let's open the vote. A yes vote divides A and B from C. Okay, I see that voting's slowing down a little bit. If you're going to make a vote, please do it so we can just keep going. All right. Okay, Nicole, please close the voting. Okay, so we are separating. All right. We're talking about A and B. Did you have something about A and B? Yes.
Madam Moderator, Peter Thomas, 215 Pond Street. I call for the question.
Okay. Everybody who, is it simple majority?
It's 2/3.
Oh, 2/3, okay. Okay, when there's a call, a question, it's a 2/3 majority. Does everybody who wants to stop discussion about A and B, please say aye. Aye. Who wants to continue discussion on A and B? Okay, so there's a clear 2/3 majority to not continue discussion on A and B. Sorry, I'm just making notes. All right, so this is a simple majority. We'll try a voice vote. The voice vote is, shall we amend the bylaw with A and B by a voice vote, simple majority? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, so A and B passes by a simple majority voice vote. Okay, C.
Hi, I'm Kamala Chus, 11 School Street. I would like to speak in support of Article C. It seems like from previous comments, people have had problems with the current laws regarding dogs in town. This would give an opportunity to test different options to make trails in our whole town more accessible so that everyone can enjoy the services offered, the nature of our town, and...
Sorry, you can keep going. It's a long night for everybody.
So I was saying this would allow opportunity to test better options that work for more people, more dog owners, and see what works best for our population. Thank you.
Yes.
Ed Harrow, 8 Spring Lane. I speak not happily in support of C, but what I see here is people that want their way and the heck with everybody else. This is a country where we're supposed to kind of share things and share alike. We should be able to figure out how those of us with dogs who like to go swim in the water, find owl pellets that their mothers can take to school for their kids to dissect the owl pellets to figure out what the owls ate, that find turtles coming out of the ground so we can go over and see turtles coming out of the ground. Dogs on leashes in the woods can't do that. Dogs on leashes in the woods can't have dog fun. We need to figure this out in a way that we can all live together, not being adamant, all dogs on leashes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a vote on C. So this will, if we vote for C, we will add C as part of the general bylaw amendment to 44. Again, this is a simple majority. All in favor of adding C, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay. There is a voice vote declared that no is the answer to C. Okay. 45 and 46 were voted in the consent agenda, which seems like about a month ago.
Excuse me, Madam Moderator, can we request a clicker vote on that, please?
That it failed. Okay, yes, we can. Okay, Nicole, can you please put up, this is just C, up or down, simple majority. Okay. Takes a long time, it feels like. Okay. All right, let's open the vote. A yes means we're adding C to the general bylaw amendment. A no vote means we are not. All right, let's get your votes in. We're trying to keep things moving. I see it's slowing down, but let's get the votes in. All right, we're at 30 seconds. Nicole, you can close the voting. Okay. The number is 53 yes, 100 no. This does not pass. We are going to Article 47, as I mentioned. 45 and 46 were part of the consent agenda. Article 47, the Select Board will make a motion.
We move the article as printed in the warrant and motions document.
Okay, and the Select Board recommends?
We recommend approval.
Okay, CIC?
Capital recommends approval.
Thank you. Did you want to explain it a little?
This is just an article that accepts a gift of land from a developer. The developer in question was for the Elmwood Farms 3 development. So it is 4.79 acre parcel at the Elmwood Farms 3 subdivision, which is off Blueberry Lane, and it will be under the jurisdiction, if we accept it, of the Open Space Preservation Commission and contains a wetland habitat.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Mike Shepherd, 11 Hill Street.
Can people hear?
I stand in support of this article. What I wanted to question through the moderator is to provide some guidance for the planning department and the open space people.
I don't
and
think
Zach.
people can hear. You might want to tip the mic or something.
Yeah, okay. So essentially, what happens is the developer gets to get smaller lots, less frontage, tighter setbacks, and they give the land to the town. And it's all good. Some of the land is good, most of it's kind of marginal. But the land is taken off the tax rolls. Now, the open space folks are charged with making sure that nobody encroaches on the land, like builds a gazebo on it or whatever, and they don't have any money to do that. So what I would suggest is the open space bylaw should be amended. Of course, it would be next year, but just think about this, that the developer who's making out on this should make a cash donation as well because he's giving you the land that he can't use anyway. And the cash donation could be used by the open space people to maintain the land. That's it. I stand
Okay.
in support of it. It's free.
So your idea is something that maybe you or someone could
Maybe
bring
s-
next year.
Yep.
But right now, you're standing in support of this. You're just giving some background.
Absolutely, Madam Martin.
Excellent, thank you. Yes.
Ed Harrow, 8 Spring Lane, Chair of Open Space Preservation. Several of us walked the property. We had a discussion. I would not say that we're wildly enthusiastic, but we did vote to support this property.
Okay, so this requires a simple majority. Let's try a voice vote. All in favor of accepting the gift of land, Elmwood 3 subdivision, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, I'm gonna call that yes. Passed on a voice vote. All right. Article 48, who's making the motion here? Well, the select board, it says here. What's that? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Carrie Reed, Director of Public Works. Thanks, everybody, for holding out this long. So I believe I am making the motion for Article 48 on easement for Lake Maspinock Dam operations and maintenance. And I make a motion to accept the article as printed in the warrant and motions document.
Select board?
The Select Board recommends approval.
Okay. I do think we have a slide if it's needed.
We do have a slide, you can bring it up, but as a brief overview, last year, the town meeting approved approved the ability to take some easements so that we could do some operations and maintenance of the dam, which, as you know, the town purchased several years ago. During this process, we discovered we're choosing to do a different access to get to the dam. It's going to improve long-term operation and maintenance. So this article is asking to allow us to get a permanent easement from the town of Milford to be able to do long-term operations and maintenance of the dam. It does not change any of the approvals that were done last year for other easements that were needed to get to do the maintenance of the dam and the repairs.
All right, let's get to a vote. We need a simple majority. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Thank you. This passes on a voice vote. All right. Article 50 was part of the consent agenda. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. 49, who is the sponsor?
Select Board.
Okay, you're gonna make the motion?
Okay, Article 49, property disposition, 0 Duffield Road and 0 Beach Street. The Select Board moves the motion as written in the motion and warrants document. The Select Board recommends approval. Would you like me to go through the talking points quickly? And we have a slide so people can see where it is. Okay. The article allows the town to sell 2 undeveloped parcels that are adjacent to each other. The total square footage is about 6,098 square feet, with about 50 feet of frontage on Duffield Road. An owner of an abutting property, which is also vacant, requested that the town consider selling the property. There would be a competitive bid process, no guarantee that the original requester would be successful. Parcels appear to have been owned by the town for some time, one since 1957 and the other since the early 1900s. Review by town departments and boards in 2023 indicated that no municipal use was planned for the parcels or needed.
Okay. All right. This one requires a simple majority. Oh, sorry. Okay, I've got, you got to come faster. Run. So,
Paula Toomey, 16 Duffield Road. That property is almost directly across the street from my house. I oppose that because there is a lot of wildlife that lives there. And when I moved here back in 1998, that was all designated wetlands. We just actually had ducks have moved in now. So I would buyer beware. Thank you. Just for the record, I do not support this.
Okay, so this one will require a 2/3 vote. Let's try a voice vote. All in favor of Article 49, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. All right, we're going to go to a clicker vote because we need 2/3. I think we should assume all 2/3 require a clicker vote. We should just be prepared. It's so obvious. But. Okay. All right. Let's open the voting. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get your votes in. Nicole, you can close the voting. Okay, yep. So this one passes 92 to 52. No?
Yeah, but it doesn't have the 2/3.
If you multiply 52 by 2.
Sorry, I'm just looking up at the top, so I think there might be some, there might be a mistake.
64%.
It's not 2/3. I don't.
52 times 2 is 104, which gives you yes.
Right. Yeah, I understand. I don't know exactly. Does your thing say 2/3? Okay, so it did fail. It's very hard when it's green. Okay. Article 50 was approved, well, was part of the consent agenda. So we are moving to Article 51. Who's making the motion here?
We move the article as written in the warrant and motions document. So this is truly an administrative housekeeping article that applies to the position of police chief as it's written in the charter. So in 2005, when our first charter was put together, police chief at the time, Tom Irvin, served on that committee, and he argued successfully, advocated successfully for the police chief's position to be changed to strong chief. And in fact, in the text in the 2005 original version of the charter, it does indicate that the police chief will be a strong chief. When we updated the charter in 2017, we very cleverly decided to take the text out and put in the Mass General Law designation, and unfortunately we left off the letter A. So Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 97 is what is in the text. It should be Chapter 97A. So no change was contemplated in 2017. The position is still a strong chief position. And just for anybody's information, that both the police chief and the fire chief are strong chiefs, and there are slight differences in the statutes about how that appears in practice. Just saying that for information.
Okay, so this housekeeping amendment needs a simple majority. Let's take a voice vote. Sorry.
Tim Babin, 91 Downey Street, through the moderator to town legal. The second half of the motion is wildly ambiguous. Could you explain to me what that means?
Are you talking about, when you say the second half, are you talking about after the semicolon?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the standard language that we have included in all of our homeroom petition submissions. Oftentimes, the general court comes back to us after they review the proposed legislation and they want to make changes. It authorizes the select board to agree to changes that are within the scope of the objectives of the home rule petition so that it doesn't need to come back to town meeting. But they are not authorized to make changes that are outside of the scope.
But it appears to allow the select board to add and take away amendments. Are you saying that's not the case?
I'm sorry, did you say amendments? What?
Well, to make changes, as it says in the back half of that paragraph.
As I just said, if they have requests from the general court to make amendments to the proposed special act, the select board has authority to review them, determine whether they're within the scope of the general public objectives, and if they determine that it is, then it doesn't have to come back to town meeting. If they determine that it's not, then we would need to come back to town meeting and repropose the legislation with the changes.
So the scope of the general public meeting is that the will of this board, of this group? Are we not a town meeting government?
At this point, I don't know how to answer you.
Yes.
Ken Weissmantle, 145 Ash Street. I called a question.
Did you have something? I'm the moderator and I get to ask a question myself. Did you have something different to add?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Through Madam Moderator to the
So
resident.
you need to tip the mic down. You need to introduce yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Timothy Boyven, 41 Pinecrest Village. Through Madam Moderator to the residents of Hopkinton, I cannot in good conscience support this article. Let's be honest, this is about granting the current police chief more power with less oversight. Events
I'm
over the
so-
past 2 years show that as it stands now, our police chief needs the exact opposite. Less power with more oversight.
Point of order?
Yeah, I don't, sorry, what is the point of order?
This article does not change the powers that the police chief have.
That isn't accurate.
The article is proposed as one of housekeeping. It's to correct the inadvertent omission of A from the statutory reference. So it's proposed as one that is not changing the powers of the police chief.
Okay, thank you. So unless your comment is about something else, everything you said was about the power of the police chief, so you're out of order and
Okay.
time to end.
Well, I still have 2 minutes, right? I'm not gonna address that. I want
Yeah,
to make
well,
another.
yep, go ahead.
I urge the voters of this town to please not vote to approve this charter change at this time. I hope at some point we can, but right now is not the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I
Madam
think-
Moderator, point of order. I think I called the question correctly, and you have to vote on it. If you want a discussion,
The moderator has the opportunity to determine if there's important things that haven't been said. Everyone in favor of stopping discussion about this article, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Is it simple? It's 2/3. Okay, we're going to have to take a vote because it's 2/3. For what? Okay, so this is again 2/3. We'll do our math because I'm not sure exactly what happened. But if you press yes, that means you want to end discussion. Please open the voting. Okay, I haven't seen this move much. We're going to give it a couple more seconds. Okay, Nicole, can you close the voting, please? This is 2/3, and it passes. So we will end discussion. This requires a simple majority. All in favor of Article 51, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. There was a simple majority for aye. It passes. Sure, let's do a clicker vote. Please open the voting. Yep. Okay, this is about the number we had on the last one, but I'm going to let it stay open for a total of 15 seconds. A couple more. All right, Nicole, you can close the voting, please. Okay, it is 106 to 41. This required a simple majority. It passes. We're on the last one. We're going to continue Article 52, establish a government study committee. Who is standing to make this motion? Are you doing a little presentation? Are you doing a presentation? Okay. Do you want me to set a timer for 8 minutes, or do you know you'll be under? Okay. Megan? Yeah.
Good evening. I am making this presentation on behalf of Jim Scanlon, who got stuck in DC on a work-related issue.
If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself with your address?
Yep. My name is Kelly DiPaolo. I live at 6 Hoyt Way.
And can you make the motion first, and then you can go into the explanation?
Yes, let me pull the book up here. Hang on.
Do you mind resetting her, please?
I make a motion for Article 52 to establish a government study committee in town. Again, Kelly DiPaolo, 6 Hoyt Way. I am advocating for a yes on Article 52. This article is a very simple one. It is not asking the town to spend any money, probably unlike most of the other articles that have come before us in the last 3 days. It's asking us to set up a new and a temporary committee of volunteers and already elected town officials to take a closer look at the system of governance in our town, which has grown tremendously in population over the last 20 years. The committee that would be formed will review our current form of governance, review options on the best ways to govern our growing town and population, and they will make recommendations on changes, if any, that they believe are in the best interest of the taxpayers and the town itself. The committee will then submit their findings and reports to the select board on how well our current governmental structure is performing and how we can improve the performance to benefit us all. This committee would make a recommendation only. It is not binding, meaning that we, as the taxpayers of the town, would need to vote on any changes in our governing structure at next year's town meeting. Many similar-sized towns in Massachusetts use the same type of committees to conduct these types of studies in order to assess how the current structure of their town is working and if changes would be beneficial to us all. Franklin, Amesbury, Weston, and Framingham are all local examples of towns that have done this in the recent past. This committee would deliver a very transparent summary of its findings to us as the residents of town. 1 year ago, Weston residents passed a nearly identical petition citing on its town website that, and I quote, "Most towns engage in similar processes from time to time. It's like going to the doctors for a checkup." The study would look at the operations of our town, look at other towns that are similar to us, and the other towns that are similar in size to us, and it would make appropriate suggestions for what might work for our town. Everybody on my right and my left are volunteers that have served admirably. Everyone has the best intentions, but these folks all have full-time jobs on top of the huge undertaking as town volunteers. And our town has and continues to grow rapidly in population. It's a time for us to step back and evaluate if our current governmental structure is working to serve us all in our best interests, and determine what, if anything, could be improved upon. Our operating budget of our town has grown large enough that it's worth exploring what is in the best form of government for our town going forward. It may be a time for a fully paid professional staff to oversee our operations. If recommended, we would go to a different model. I graduated from Hopkinton High School in 1985, and I sat in this room every single year of my middle school and high school years because I'm actually disappointed that I haven't seen our high school kids here, but it was required as high school kids to sit for every night of town meeting, to take notes, and to be prepared to discuss it in class and make recommendations. Now, not to age myself, but 1985 was a long time ago, and we are still using the exact same form of governance in this town that we had back then. I had 85 kids in my graduating class. I think only 81 walked because you can get a lot of trouble back then. And the town's population was under 5,000 people. We have changed dramatically. So I think it's time for our town to have a governmental checkup, to take a look at what's working really well, and there's some things that are working well, and find out if there are ways that we can improve our town governance to make it more effective. Our operating budget in Hopkinton is nearly $123 million. I don't know anybody that would run a business based on volunteers only with $123 million in operating budget. So I do think it's time that we just step back and just evaluate our current structure. Look at the room. When I wrote these notes last night thinking we would get to it, I was going to say there were nearly 300 people in this room, which means that less than 2% of our registered 13,000 plus voters in this town are making decisions for everybody. Now, tonight, we have half of those number of people. We are at 1% of our voters making decisions for everyone. I think it's time we evaluate if it really makes sense. Not saying that this is what we should do in terms of what a recommendation is, just saying that we should form a committee to look at the best form of governance to suit our needs as taxpayers in this town. There's no harm in exploring options. We don't have to accept them. Voting yes on this tonight is just giving us the opportunity to study what we currently have, determine if it's working, and explore options and make the best appropriate recommendations. Then we, as a town, we as taxpayers, can vote on what we all think is best for us moving forward. Thank you.
I just want to confirm that you are making the motion as it was written in the motions and articles warrant.
52?
Yeah,
Yes,
I just want to confirm
Yes,
that.
Madam Moderator, I am.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure I had captured that before we began discussion. Megan, I think that thing is running out of juice. I don't know what the deal is, but, and anyway.
It's done.
It's done. We all want to be done.
I only talked for 4
Yes, go ahead.
Muriel Kramer, 39 North Street. So just a point of clarification. This is not the same form of government since 1985. We've had the charter in 2005 and again in 2017. But here's my question. We're due in a couple of years for a charter review. Can you tell us what the difference is between your proposal and a charter review?
I cannot speak to that. I'm sorry. I don't have the answer.
Can I ask the town clerk, when is the next charter? Because I think the charter is sort of a ongoing thing.
Ellen, I have those notes here.
Sorry?
I got those.
Well, I'm asking the town clerk when it is.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Connor Deegan, Town Clerk. So we do charter review on 10-year cycles per the charter. So our last charter review began in 2016. The next charter will begin in 2026.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Darlene Hayes, 1 3rd Road.
Can you tip the mic down, please?
Overall, I don't have a problem with an ad hoc committee studying government, and I actually love the idea that civics kids used to come in here, that it would be really cool if that could happen. But we have a process in place with the Charter Review Committee, and they do much of the same thing. So in 2017, the 2000 Review Commission that like Jean was on and everything is actually very nonpartisan and pretty similar makeup of what they're asking. So it almost seems like a duplicate of efforts, except that they added in really the only partisan board we have in town, which is the Board of Registrars. In 2017, I attended one of the public hearings. They met with all the town committees. They met with stakeholders.
Sorry, I think that's
Okay.
out of the four corners of this article.
But I'm trying to do is like what they're saying about comparisons of the towns. In 2017, the Charter Review Committee compared 17 comparable communities. 15 were chosen by legal counsel. 2 were added by the committee, which were Ashland and Westboro. And they're going to convene again in a year that maybe this committee can somehow build together and be part of the next Charter Review Committee.
Okay, thank you. What's that?
Can I address that because I think she's confusing something I said.
Yes, go ahead, but through me.
Madam Moderator, this is actually a government study committee, not a town charter review commission, and there's a difference.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
The charter is our constitution, though, so that is our form of government.
Madam
Okay,
Moderator,
okay.
I think I clarified the question.
I'm even more confused now because I thought she just said she didn't know the difference between the two, so I'm curious
I
what the
looked at
question
my
was.
notes, sorry. I have all my
Sorry,
notes from yesterday.
sorry.
I
Let's
don't them all.
have things come through me, so go ahead.
Matthew Voronka, 6 Blackthorn Circle. As just responding to parts of the presentation as we close town meeting, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I'd also like to thank Connor, staff, John Gelsich,
so,
other
you know what,
people,
we're not
and the
gonna
rest
do
of our
all that.
professional staff that has helped keep the town running, because it is a lot of effort for a bunch of volunteers and elected officials. And I'm glad that we do have a professional staff that does help keep the town running with all of us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Matt Kisner, 21 Curtis Road. As much as I love the idea of being paid for my work in town, there is very much a reason that I am not. I, like many other people who volunteer in the town, are bound by moonlighting and non-compete clauses for the corporations and other companies that we work for on a day-to-day basis. Were you to try to compensate me, I would be unable to work for the town and be subject to lawsuit and non-compete clause violation. There's a reason we go through the established process.
Thank you. I would just like to add one thing. While it's true many people here tonight, up here, are volunteers, myself included, there are some notable exceptions, and if folks aren't aware, I want to make sure that people know that our town manager, including the interim town manager, is a paid position. Our town, and I hope I'm saying it right, are you the CFO, Kyla? We have a full-time paid CFO, we have a full-time paid town clerk, and we have 2 legal counsel who we also pay. So just to clarify that there are many of us who are volunteers, but there are also some very noteworthy positions that are here tonight who are paid by all of us. I just want to clarify that. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Peter Thomas, 215, through the moderator to Town Council. Is the charter review process predicated on a town meeting form of government? In other words, if we were a city, would we have a charter review process?
I'd actually have to look that up. I don't represent any cities.
So I think that taking a step back, it's not necessarily duplicative of the charter review process. I'm opining at this point. It's a process in which you evaluate multiple comparable communities, if I understand the presenter, multiple comparable communities, and whether a town meeting form of government and a body such as this makes sense for a $123 million operating budget with the complexities that we have. So I think that's what it is. And again, as if I understand correctly, there's nothing binding about any recommendation. So everybody could just ignore it at the conclusion of the process. I don't see how it hurts. I rise in support of this.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Moderator, Amy Groves, 2 College Street. I actually rise in opposition to this one because, not just because we have the charter review coming up and I feel that this would maybe make things more complicated and confusing, but also because, frankly, you don't need anybody's permission to do a government study committee. You don't need the permission of this body to do that. Anybody can get together and do that. Anything you're going to say is going to be non-binding anyway. You would have to just, if you want to bring, petitions forward, and then we can talk about them. But I would rather keep this away from the other stuff that we're working on. We're stretched pretty thin as it is. We have a lot of trouble filling all of our appointed positions. I would like to not form a government study that's part of our local government. Just go ahead and study it. We don't need this.
Thank you.
Sue Curry's
I
29.
think you're going to need to tip that down to your mouth, please.
Darn, I was doing so well before. Sue Curry's 29 Forest Lane. I agree with both of the prior speakers in terms of I think it is important to study our government. I think there are processes in place. And I think it's important for people of the town to be involved in that, to form their own committees, because that really takes advantage of what our current form of government allows us to do. So I think before we consider abandoning it, we should really make the most of what we have, and we need more participation in that process. I would also like to recognize the extremely talented and professional staff that we have at Town Hall who supports us as volunteers. The people who work for our Town Hall have decades of experience, have worked in far larger organizations than a $100 million, $123 million organization. They have specific expertise in their areas of planning. So I resist the notion that the town is being led simply by a bunch of volunteers. These people work hard for us, and as we heard earlier, have to walk a mile to their offices for parking. So let's all say a thank you, please. I know we can't say it now, but as you leave, please say a thank you to the paid professional people who run this town with us.
Thank you.
Janice Berry, 21 Tamara Lane. I just have a couple quick questions. In the under number 1, it says somewhere in it, it talks about that this group would be formed, through the moderator, 90 days at the completion of the next annual town meeting. Does that mean this annual town meeting or 2025?
I don't know. I don't know.
Or the special town meeting? Which meeting?
I don't.
It's this town meeting because this was written prior to the beginning of the town meeting.
Okay, so
That's unclear.
Okay.
Or through the moderator, I think that's
Yep.
unclear. Second, can I have just a clarification through the moderator under number 4? It says 4 chosen by the Board of Registrars or Voters. I think I just am not knowledgeable. Who is that?
Pardon me? Are you asking the names of the people on that board, or what do they do?
Who is the board? Is that a board, a committee that we have in Hopkinton, a Board of Registrars of Voters? I just am not familiar with that.
I'm going to have to turn to Connor to explain.
Hi there, Connor Deegan, Town Clerk. So the Board of Registrars is a quasi-judicial board that makes up essentially overseeing the electoral process in town, working alongside my office. It's made up of 4 members. It's the only even-numbered board by statute, and it consists of a party balance of no more than 2 members from each political party that is organized within the town. So there are currently 4 members, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat. The town clerk is by ex officio a member.
Okay, thank you. And through the moderator, would this committee or group operate under open meeting law?
Through the moderator, are you asking about the Board of Registrars, or are
I'm
you
sorry,
asking?
this committee, would the government
The new
study
committee,
if-
establishing this new committee, if we vote to establish it, will it be bound by open meeting law?
Yeah, if you establish a public body such as this, they're bound by the open meeting law.
Did everyone hear that?
No.
The answer is that if this is established in this forum tonight, it will be bound by open meeting law, yes.
And just to clarify, that means through the moderator that anyone could attend these meetings. Agendas would be posted in advance, and all minutes would be shared with everybody throughout the year of this committee existing.
I'm going to just have legal counsel opine on that, but I believe they would be bound by any other. Go ahead.
They would be subject to the 48-hour posting requirements, the meeting minutes, and all of that. If by some extraordinary circumstance they could go into executive session, perhaps they can meet behind closed doors, but I have a hard time envisioning them having a reason to do that.
Did everybody hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just, I am opposed to this article for all the reasons I just explained. I just don't think it's appropriate and unnecessary.
Thank you. I think we're at time. Yes, go ahead.
Doris Schmidt, 49 Franklin Road. I'm in favor of this. I think checks and balances are great. I think discovering new ways to govern our town because we're growing so much is helpful. I also feel that we have, with our budget and our spending budget of nearly, what should I have? 120 million, we wouldn't leave that up to volunteers. And I think I think most of you are trying to do the right thing, but I feel as though we can afford to have people who are more qualified and just have this as their job, and that's going to help us not be so liable for pending lawsuits that are going to come up because of gravest discretions that have happened. I feel as though when we exposed ourselves on the media and exposed the name of the rape victim, it was horrific, and we don't have enough insurance for this.
This is outside the bounds of this.
I don't believe it is. I believe you need
outside
checks
the
and
bounds of
balances.
this.
How is it outside the bounds? Because it's checks and balances, and we
no, this
need
is asking
extra
for a government
assurance.
study committee.
Yeah.
What you're saying is outside the bounds of
That's why I'm saying
what's
we
being
need,
proposed here.
I think my mic is shut up. No, here it is. So I think.
No, I'm saying you're outside of bounds. You need to change your line of
Okay,
discussion.
I'm going to change
or
my line of
end.
thinking, but I think we need this because we're growing and so many things has happened. We need access to these records. We need access to all this stuff, and we need a watch group to look over all of this. We're in big trouble. And I want to know why we can't do this.
Ken Weissmantle, 145 Ash Street. I'd just like to comment a little bit on the how the members of the government study group would be appointed. And I'd like to point out that the writers of this citizen petition obviously put a lot of faith in our town clerk, because our town clerk appoints one by himself, and then he, as a member of the registrars, helps appoint 4. So that's 5 out of 7. Now, I'm on the board of registers of voters, so I guess I get to help with picking 4 people, and I'd like to thank the sponsor for having confidence in me to help select this too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Sabine St. Pierre, 1 Woody Island. When I saw this and I think about a committee like this, and we've heard it before tonight, throughout this whole process about hearing more from the town and the will of the town. So when you involve the town in that and in something that's going to have open meeting laws, if it's a committee that just a group of people form outside of that, they're essentially behind closed doors and not involved and don't have access to things. When you make it more official like this, then it is involving the town people with the will of the town, with the boards, and having those open meeting laws, everyone's able to see and hear what's going on, and it's very transparent. And that's something that I think a lot of people have, I've been hearing over the last several months of meetings, is this lack of transparency. So creating a committee like this makes it very transparent, in kind of going through and just, again, it's a checks and balances. I don't really look at this as an overseeing of what's happening. It's more of looking at, as our town has grown, really just kind of looking at where we could do better and what's working. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Zach Costa on 8 Hazel Road. I called the question.
Okay, is that a 2/3 majority? Okay, all in favor of ending debate, we need 2/3. Go ahead and say yay. Yay. All opposed? Okay, we're ending debate. This vote requires a simple majority. We will use our clickers. Nicole, can you please get that ready for a simple majority?
Can I go use my clicker?
Pardon me?
Can I go get my clicker?
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what I had to do during Article 39. All right, let's open the vote. Did you get your clicker? I did. Okay. All right, we're about at the number that have been here. Let's make sure, if you've got your clicker, please make sure you cast your vote. I'm going to close it in a couple seconds. Okay, Nicole, please close the voting. Okay, this committee was not authorized. The vote is no, 82 to 62. Until the election? Yes, I'd like to recognize the select board to make a motion to adjourn until the election, I believe, right? Till the election?
I'll make a
sorry.
motion to adjourn the town meeting until, we move that the town vote to adjourn the annual town meeting until the date and time set in the annual town meeting warrant for the annual town election, and upon the closing of the polls for the annual town election to thereafter dissolve the annual town meeting.
Second. All in favor of dissolving until, what, no? Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone, for being here.